Guys, gals, and all my non-binary pals, hello and welcome to the final episode of Exilia Regalia. It's epilogue time, baby. Hello, I am your humble dumble master, and I'm very sad. But I am joined by my party of heroes, realm rescuers, my Exilia Regalia. Hello, my friends. I'm trying to break the sadness a little bit by having the Tart Scrungly as my model for tonight, my PNG for tonight. So hopefully that, gives us
undercut it a little
bit of whimsy as we go into what's going to be a tear-filled session.
Boom.
A little whimsical.
Chat, please make sure you have your tissues ready.
Have your tissues ready. Have water ready. Tonight's going to be a doozy. I was telling my group a little bit prior to this. Unlike the last few sessions where I've had a lot of dice out, I have one set and one additional D20 tonight. And I might not even need any of them. Alrighty, my friends. I said it last week. I said we weren't going to do it, but let's one more time to set it on home. Everyone go ahead and roll your test rolls for tonight.
If I get a nat 20 here, that would just be funny.
It would be pretty
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
I almost did.
I got a nat 1, baby!
Let's go! Ravon's last nat 1, very likely.
I trip on a rock and fall on something.
Yeah.
He just trips on the Ferris wheel, or like what remains of it.
Alrighty, my friends. Let me get some music together. After an extraordinary effort from the party, Exilia Regalia finally brought an end to the last godworm, Normandir. The ancient dragon's body dissipating into that of motes of purple light. The arcane storm that he had conjured slows to an end, as the red hue of the sky above reverts back to that clean shade of blue, as the cloud layer created by the storm disperses. The three celestial bodies of the sun and the two moons, Lunas and Cardera, begin to return back to that of their regular orbit. After things begin to return to a calm, you all begin to feel the adrenaline that has been coursing through you. The wounds that you have suffered thus far begin to make themselves known. And as you all begin to breathe and embrace the late morning sun, you all feel the rubble and ruin beneath your feet slowly begin to fall into a slow descent back down to ground level. One by one, large chunks of stone, rubble, brick, the foundation of Castle Dawnstone comes laid bare upon the cobblestone pathways and the destruction of paradigm that sits around you. As your feet touch ground level, as you become steady and seemingly out of harm's way, the ruins of Castle Dawnstone lay all around you. As you all begin to regroup, you begin to check on each other, make sure everyone's okay, that nobody has taken a fall or anyone has any injuries requiring severe immediate aid. You all begin to notice as slowly descending near you, a little bit of ways away from you, is Nexus. Nexus has touched down, and in his arms, almost weightless, is one barely conscious Aurelia Aragon. Nexus, you can see his features have been distorted because of the immense surge of power coursing through his veins. You see his veins light up, almost like tattoos strewn about his skin. The hair on his head has lost most of its color, most of it now resembling a white or a void of color. The tips of it now, the only thing holding that tint of blonde hair that he had before. The same blonde hair color that he shared with his mother. As he touches down and he begins to sort of lay Aurelia to bear, his body seems to react violently. He grasps his head, and you can see power beginning to surge around him. What do you guys do?
Rush on over to him immediately.
Run to clutch Nexus.
Yeah, it was a bad question.
In case it's like a magical effect, prepping dispel magic.
Okay. As you all begin to rush over one by one, Corey, you having the highest movement speed, you would likely be the one there first, but you are quickly followed up by members of your group. As you stand there holding Nexus by the shoulders, you can see pure white tears beginning to descend down his cheeks. It's too much. I can't hold it anymore. Ah! Corvin, you off to the side a little bit. You're preparing that dispel magic. Go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
Boop, 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 boop. 32.
For a time, Nexus seemed capable of harnessing and wielding that overwhelming level of magic that you guys had previously seen constructed by the ritual made by Normandyr Prime, Aurelia. But now at this stage, it seems like it's beginning to overwhelm him. And if it isn't settled, if it isn't snuffed, the consequences may be very dire for not just Nexus, but anything within an immediate vicinity.
Oh.
He'll relay that to everybody. I think we need to back away for this one.
No. I refuse. I'm going to do my best. I don't know if I can. I'm going to do my best to try and heal Maxis's body as much as possible. Either during hopefully seeing if he can overcome this.
What are you attempting to do at this moment? Are you casting a spell?
I think I would like to cast a spell, yeah.
What spell would you like to cast?
I think the best... He's not in pain. I don't think so. But... Damn, what would I even do here?
change my music while we're having this moment.
Would something like, I don't know, Greater Restoration work here?
I could try.
Would you like to attempt
Would you-
Greater Restoration?
Yes, but I've got a backup.
Okay. That's a
I will
5th level
attempt.
spell?
It is a 5th level spell.
Okay. You have a 5th level spell slot.
I got all my spell slots back.
You sure did. You sure did.
I'll start with this. This is the quick baseline.
As you reach forward and you cast Greater Restoration, trying to quell this force, trying to give Nexus some sort of maybe a boost to try and overcome it. Flit, you put your hand out and you cast this magic, and it's almost like the magic surrounding Nexus, that all that power harnessed within him, it reacts violently to it. It almost like a rabid dog, it snatches the piece of meat that you have handed it and lashes back out at you. Flit, my friend, you are hit with this intense magical feedback. You are going to take 50 points of radiant damage.
Oh, ow.
As
Yeesh.
you all see this, there's a lash of, it's resembling lightning in a way, but it's almost like pure white radiance that just whoosh, and you see Flit, your hand is caught in it, the hand that was casting it, and your hand, as you now look at it, completely void of color.
Oh.
Pure white. You feel your nerves immediately burnt away as you felt this intense pain for a moment, and it's gone.
Is my hand okay?
Can you move it?
You can move your hand just fine. Your fingers move, your joints move. Nothing feels broken. But you cannot feel that hand anymore, and the color, not only are your scales gone, up to your right wrist, it is just pure white.
Okay, there goes the idea about holding hands and distributing the power.
This was magical reaction, yeah?
I would need an Arcana check from anyone who wishes to.
Boy,
Me.
do I!
Fuck it, may as well.
That's a good roll from Diana.
21.
20.
4. I ain't got an idea.
I need to consult Diana's modifier. I'm rolling Diana's stuff on my desk now. Diana got a 24. Did anyone else wish to roll? I believe the only person who didn't roll was Corey.
Lily
I got
didn't
13.
either.
Or sorry, not Corey. I meant Lily.
Yeah.
I was looking at
No,
Corey's
Lily
name when I said
wouldn't
that.
know where to even start with this, so.
For those of you who got 20 or above, so Flit, Corvin, and Diana, Nexus has taken unto himself this immense level of power that realistically only like a god should be able to bear. Normandir was a divine being. He wasn't a full god, but he had divine power. He had the capacity to take and wield this power. Now that Nexus and Normandir are no longer trying to splitting the weight of this power amongst each other, Nexus has taken all of it on, and it is eating away at him, and it is overflowing, thus the reaction to Flit's magic. You are feeding a fire by using magic.
Shit.
Okay, so if we're feeding a fire, what could sorry, I'm trying to word this correctly. What could be, like, what are some ideas to like kind of douse it outside of adding more magic to it? Because my only idea is like just like I don't know, everyone getting the power distributed to them, but I'm not sure how to do that either.
I have an idea.
It would still be
But I'll-
magic if I still used my create water and just doused him with water. It'd still be a racial ability.
Splash it with a
I've
little
got
bit. Get it. Pull out the spray bottle. Psst, psst.
30 feet of water just. What?
Weird question, Tart.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if True Sight ever dropped on me. Would I be able to see anything?
True sight. Let me hold on. I need to consult True Sight real quick.
Oh, good. I'm just taking random shots in the dark now.
No, you're good.
Here we go.
Thank you. I would say in this moment, you see something interesting looking at Nexus through your True Sight, Rovan. That power that's surging through him, it is reaching into the ethereal. Rovan, make me a Arcana check with advantage.
You got it, Chief. That's a 14.
It wasn't a very high roll, or a very high DC. Rovan, with this knowledge, you seeing this, it occurs to you, if this power is released in this fashion, if it erupts in this manner, it won't just cause a ripple here, it may create a very tear in the fabric of the plains.
Oh, this not good. Rovan's eyes are going wide and going, we might have a big problem coming in a few moments.
Above game,
How... Okay.
with y'all's consent, Diana's roll was high enough to establish a possible solution, but I will only go this route if you all consent to it.
I have a follow-up that I think might be able to help here, but I'm willing to hear what Diana's solution is first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Me.
If you all will allow, this is me, Tart, talking to you, the players. Diana has a very important feature that she has not used today.
Right.
My friends, Diana has yet to use her divine intervention today.
Ooh. Hmm.
I think I at the very least I know something that I can do to help. It's a temporary solution, so it's not going to solve things. But while we discuss this, if it's all right with you, Tart.
Mm-hmm.
You described this as a fire blazing out of control.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to remove the oxygen from the local environment.
Mm-hmm.
Shape change.
Oh,
I'd like to turn back into a beholder.
Okay.
It won't last long, but hopefully it'll give us enough time to figure out some options.
Flit. You reach out into the deepest well of magic you have, and you pull forth your strongest magics. And as you do, you are once again met with this lash. It's like a magnet of magic cascades towards you. I know you aren't casting this upon Nexus, but you are casting it within a close vicinity of him, and that is all it needs.
God damn it!
Flit, you feel the strike of this similar lash strike you across the face. Flit, you're going to take 90 points of radiant damage.
Yeah.
And you are nearly, very nearly knocked off your feet, and you all see that Flit now has this splotch of pure white across her face.
I can't even get it. I can't even cast enough to turn the magic off. I'm gonna look to Diana. Go. I don't know what to do.
Diana is going to look to you, Flip. She's going to take a very deep breath. And she's going to crouch down to Nexus. Nexus, sweetheart. You've always been the strongest boy I've ever known. Every step of this journey, you have always been there. You always try to rise to the occasion. You are sweet. You are wonderful. And I know you can overcome this. And she is going to put her hands on his shoulders. And she is going to, with her left hand, she is going to reach down and she is going to grasp her holy symbol. And she is going to pull it. The light chain snapping from her neck. She's going to grip it as hard as she can to the point where blood begins to draw. Please. He is just a boy. I know you can hear me. I know that whatever gods are out there, they are not what they seem. They are not what we originally knew, what we originally worshipped. But I know that you are still out there and you can help this boy. Please. He's the best of us. He doesn't deserve this. Please. Help him. And Diana, as a 20th level cleric, using her divine intervention, does not need to make a roll for it to succeed. There is a moment where, similar to this power striking off of Nexus, it begins to grow and formulate in Diana's hand. And then you see as that power too begins to swell, the brightness intensifying, the gravity in this place intensifying as well. It becomes hard to stand, to move, to even raise your hands to cover your eyes. And in this moment, as this whole scene is happening, you guys can hear and see your friends, your allies, slowly beginning to tear away this chamber of ruin that you all find yourself in. And then there is a surge of power, as almost like a vacuum. All of this magical power radiating off a Nexus begins to be absorbed into Diana's holy symbol. It is this cascading whirlwind, even greater than the arcane storm that you all had seen before. You all begin to divert. You begin waving off your allies who are trying to make their way in, trying to intervene. And as this power surges and becomes more wild, it continues to be absorbed by Diana's holy symbol until eventually there's a and Diana is knocked back, but her holy symbol remains. And as this power is absorbed further and further and further, as this light becomes brighter and greater, it stops. As the last bits of it leave Nexus's form, the holy symbol sits there, unmoving. The light snuffed out. Until in this intense explosion that catches all of you, but doesn't affect you. Like a pulse of something unseen. You can't feel it. You feel a stiff breeze, sure, but this immense power, it's like a tickle. It's nothing. But Diana's holy symbol is no more. Completely gone, eradicated, disintegrated, whatever the proper term may be, it is gone. Completely and utterly. That surge of power cascades upwards, splitting the cloud layer once again. The Nexus drops to his knees. He begins to catch his breath. And you guys can see that state that he was in. A now bright white scar across the right side of his face, descending down from his forehead over his left eye. His left eye is now, it's almost cloudy, but it more resembles glass now. And again, his hair, almost completely void of color except for the tips, which carry that fine blonde that you have seen before. His left hand very closely resembles yours now, Flit. It is completely void of color. But he takes a breath and he looks up at the rest of you, seemingly okay. Did we win?
More importantly, how are you feeling, Nexus?
Okay, sweet boy.
As Cedric, Diana, Corey, anyone who feels the need, as you all begin to embrace this boy, he thinks for a moment. And he looks down at his hand, which is now void of that color. I can't feel my hand, but I can move it. I feel heavy, but I feel fine.
The heaviness is most likely the adrenaline wearing off. We've had a eventful day, to say the least.
Cedric takes his son by the shoulder. And you're unharmed. You're sure? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Diana looks over to the place where her holy symbol once would have rested, but it is now gone completely. And she looks down at her own hands. She kind of squeezes them a few times. And she just quietly mutters a thank you. As all of this happens, you can see now, again, your allies slowly beginning to move in on you, beginning to clear this debris and rubble. You see your friends Canthmore. You see Zeros at his side. Zeros, who has this intense wound in his left shoulder, his arm now in sort of a makeshift sling. You see Lily's mom and Sindri and everyone who was in the Undercroft the labyrinth begin to emerge upwards. Ravon. There's a as this massive chunk of rubble is shifted to one side, and you see covered in fresh scratches, bites, wounds, and a ton of blood. Your father, toting an unconscious Asha Vandara at his side. He kind of looks around. Damn. Looks like I really missed the fighting. And then his eyes kind of meet yours, Ravon. What do you do?
I'll look up and just go, yeah. But probably for the best.
You say that knowing full well that in the past few minutes you parried not one but two meteors.
Stay humble.
Something that's definitely going to go in the journal later. That's all I'm fucking saying.
Yeah.
Like, Ravon was like, I don't know, how am I going to honor my family's legacy? Cut to, like, last session. In the session before that.
Aegis...
For right now, staying humble.
Aegis hands off Asha to a number of troops kind of coming to your group's aid. And then he turns to you, and he just engulfs you in this massive hug.
You haven't had your bones crushed this hard in a long time.
Do you return
Yeah.
the embrace?
Extremely.
You and your father share the first hug that you have shared in approximately 2 years. Your first real hug. Emotions are high. Suffice to say. Lily, you see Ravon's father, and it kind of occurs to you who's missing from the picture before you hear, Lily! As your mom comes running up and in this quick movement just pulls you in, just immediately embraces you. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
She immediately, as a mother does, kind of starts checking you over. He did it. He did it. And you can see your mom has a pretty nasty cut just under her right eye. Something that's definitely going to scar over, but it's in no way lethal.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think suffice to say, it sounds like you had a harder battle than I did. And, Oz, he's He's gone? For real, he's gone.
He's gone.
And you can see she begins to release these breathy laughs, this release of tension and emotion before it immediately becomes wet sobs and just this release of stress, I guess you could say. You both embrace again, knowing that the foe that had hunted you and your family for so very long is finally gone. As more and more of your allies begin to converge upon your group, there is this moment of reunion, of finally relief, kind of takes a bit of a turn when Aurelia slowly begins to climb, not onto her feet, but onto her knees.
You okay?
Corey, for the first time in this long journey and everything that you've heard about this woman, you now look at her and you see her for the woman she truly was. It's almost like looking upon her at this one moment. It's almost like everything you have heard has kind of formulated into this one lasting picture of who this person truly was. She was a person who cared about her family, cared about the people around her. It's in this moment that you realize that all this time she has been acting against her own will. She looks to you. She says, "Thank you. Thank you all so much." And for what it's worth, I'm sorry for everything that I put you through.
I'm really sorry.
Hey, Tart.
Hey, what's up?
What's Nexus's reaction to all this?
Nexus is currently watching this conversation with Corey and his mother. Quiet. Almost like he's waiting his turn.
Can I get like a insight into like how he's feeling real quick?
Sure. Roll me insight.
24.
Corvin, as you are watching the scene play before you, you're watching as very, very slowly, like what happened to Normandir. You're watching Aurelia's body slowly begin to dissipate. She likely has minutes left.
At that point, Corbin's just going to kind of not nudge Nexus, but he's just going to tap him on the shoulder. I get it. I get on with it now. Don't wait. Go.
Nexus will nod. And he will kind of approach. Corey, it's around this time that you are also noticing what is happening to Aurelia, the state that she's in. If there was anything you want or need to say to her, now is the time to do it. For any of you.
I'm sorry it happened this way, Aurelia.
I am as well.
I wish it had gotten longer with Nexus. We're never gonna hide anything. And I'll come by every year to tell you what's going on with him.
She smiles.
He's got a girl right now that he's talking to.
She smiles at you, Corey. And she is going to offer you her hand.
She'll take it like a gentle but firm grasp.
She very, very gently, weakly even, pulls you a bit closer. I wish I could have gotten to know you better. Please, take care of them. All of them.
Always.
Before the next scene happens, and a conversation is had between a couple of individuals and Aurelia, I would like to know, does any member of the party wish to have have a small conversation with Aurelia or say anything to her? I'm allowing you guys to go first, considering what I have planned to follow.
I have something.
Go ahead, CJ. In
Let's
fact,
step
here,
forward.
hold that thought for a moment. Trying to find a specific song. There it is. Actually, no, I want this one. Go ahead, Flit.
Let's going to walk forward.
I picked the wrong song. Continue. Disregard.
She's going to step forward and kneel down behind Corey. And he's going to say to Aurelia, we didn't know for sure, but I had a hunch. I had a hunch that you were fighting this whole time. As best as you can through everything you could. Ever since that moment at Drakenheim Manor, when we first met, when we spoke Nexus's name, and you really lashed out at me, I could feel there was still a connection there behind this plan that we thought we would learn you were merely being controlled to do. You've been fighting this whole time. You haven't stopped fighting since the last time that Normandir besieged this realm, haven't you?
You know, you had him pinned from the start. You, specifically, were probably the one to infuriate him the most, because you were always the one who had his number. Thank you for never giving up.
I'm glad I could do my part.
And Flit, she will take your hand, this now white hand, and she will touch the white side of your face. sad to say that unfortunately these won't heal. And for that, there's... well, one last fault of mine. But I can at least ease the burden a little bit. And there is a bit of a release and magic. And Flit, you feel the nerves in your hand and on the right side of your face begin to... or sorry, the left side of your face. It begins to heal a bit. You begin to feel the nerves kind of regenerate, recuperate. The discoloration is likely permanent, but you can at least at this stage now feel your hand, that part of your face. You can feel it functioning normally again, or at least faintly. It might take time to heal fully, to gain back full feeling in these parts of yourself, but the path has been started. God damn it, Flit is an American flag now. Flit is now red, white, and blue. Fuck, what have I done?
I was gonna say French, but okay.
Fuck me. Yeah, French flag.
Freedom!
Hi, Jake.
Hey, Jake, what's up? Sorry, I was saying that, and then I realized that I made Flit red, white, and blue, and I was like, God damn it. Anything else you would like to part onto Aurelia, Flit?
There is one thing I think. There's one thing I think she'd like to add. Just know that this time you will get to, your wishes will be respected. You may rest in peace.
She will smile at that. Is that it, Flit?
That is.
Anyone else?
Can't really think of anything right now.
Lily, Ravon, anything you would like to say or converse with in regards to Aurelia?
Nothing I can think of.
The only thing I could potentially do is just give like a small prayer for peace in the afterlife, but that's all I can do. And I don't
Okay.
want to cheapen this.
Ravon, as you are beginning to utter this prayer, maybe even under your breath, as you're watching on, your father, his rather large hand plants on your shoulder, and he too kind of puts his head down in silent prayer. As Diana approaches Aurelia, she kind of comes down onto her knees as well, meeting Aurelia at eye level. The two of them smile at each other before Diana slowly begins to break down into tears. Aurelia reaches over and puts her hand on hers. You were always my greatest pupil. Even now, you still continue to outshine me. You will accomplish far more than I was able to. Always remember what you worked so hard for. Keep it close to your heart and let its fire carry you into the next dawn. Diana trying to push past these emotions. Words almost kind of erupt from the depths of her throat. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Everything you've taught me. My dear, you taught me more than any knowledge I could impart onto you. And Diana will give Aurelia a bit of a hug. And then the man of the hour. The king of the Iron Dominion, Cedric Aragon, slowly makes his way over. And he too kind of just drops to his knees. His sword lays scattered about 50 feet yonder. He's completely abandoned it at this point. Aurelia silently leans forward and puts a hand upon his right cheek. He takes his hand and covers it. I am so sorry that I failed you. You never failed me, my dear husband. The decision was always mine. I am just sorry that I had to force this burden upon you. But it was a burden you did not have to carry alone. As Aurelia kind of looks up at the entirety of your group, it seems that you have found yourself in good company. And for that, I am thankful. You were always the light of my world. I don't know if I can bear to see you go again. As Cedric is struggling so hard to fight back raw emotion and tears, and he is failing to do so. Unfortunately, my love, that is but another burden I must bestow upon you. But it is one that I know you can carry. For you are not alone. Our son is always with you. To which Nexus comes over and kneels next to his father. Cedric puts his hands up and he puts it upon Nexus's shoulder. And Nexus, in this almost seemingly unsure of what to say, he almost blurts out, "Hi, Mom. I am your son. I'm Nexus." To which Aurelia just engulfs her son in a hug. Just this tight embrace. Nexus returns it. Cedric engulfs the two of them. I am so proud of you, my son. I never meant this for you. I never wished it upon you, but carrying you, I knew that you could be the only one. You would be the only one who could bear it. And as this embrace sort of breaks apart, she takes both of Nexus's hands close. You are going to do so many incredible things. This path is yours to forge now. But never forget where you came from. But always have faith in those around you and where you are going. And it is at this stage that Aurelia's form begins to dissipate quicker and quicker, like she's quickly unraveling. Nexus, noticing this as well. I love you, Mom. I never got to say that before, but I do love you. I wish you didn't have to go. I know, my son. I think you'll find, sad as to say, this world will be better without me in it. I love you so much. Take care, my boy, my little dragon. And as emotions come to a high, and Aurelia's form quickly dissipates into a flurry of purple motes. It floats upwards, this almost like a swarm of fireflies, before each one is slowly snuffed out. Cedric and Nexus, the two of them together. Cedric puts his hand on his son. You have always been my greatest treasure. I am so proud of you, my son. To which the two of them share a loving embrace. And as this final moment of the assault of Paradigm comes to a close, everyone take a deep breath. Oh.
Deep breath, or as in Corey's case, a deep sob.
Everyone take a drink of water.
Just Corey?
Everyone take a drink of water, for we are not nearly done yet.
Corey sighed first. You sighed, the little sad sigh.
I cry.
Alrighty. Alrighty. The truth of the matter is, though, there's still quite a few matters to handle. Paradigm is a wreck, in shambles. Most of its population now either displaced or detained. Many of them dead as well from the fighting that took place here. As you all kind of begin calculating your next steps, as you begin to sort of, over the course of the next little bit, begin to check in on your allies, make sure everyone is standing. And my friends, I am happy to report that through your efforts, your careful planning, every team during the assault of Paradigm emerged victorious. Your allies who were close to you, your NPC companions, not a single one fell this day.
Yes!
Woo! Woohoo!
Well done, guys.
To live, bitch!
Phew! Yeah!
Obviously, there were casualties. This is a war, after all. But as far as the major NPCs, the guys you had commissioned to come to this place, your commanding officers, your heroes, your mythical units, all of them are fine. Some of them a bit worse for wear, but all of them are fine. As your group mulls over your next steps, you're approached by a familiar red dragonborn wizard. Well done. What did I say? You did the impossible.
How many times today?
More than one could count, I believe, as your group is then approached by a familiar purple tiefling. But you can see that upon Reno's form, Reno too has his fair share of injuries, but he is overall stable, fine, tired probably.
Her face lights up, seeing him all right.
He would embrace you.
Naturally return it.
And now, unfortunately, suffice to say, the hard work begins. There will be ramifications for what happened here today.
There's no way there couldn't be, huh?
No. It's a long road ahead. For this place, for us, and for what is going to happen. But this work here, your role in it is finished. Exalia Regalia, you are officially discharged. You are to return back to your homes, and I can't do this officially. Go home, rest. You all deserve it. We wouldn't have won today without you. Let us carry your burdens for a bit. Go see your families. Go see your loved ones. Because we'll very likely be meeting up again very soon. For what is probably going to be the hardest part.
Well, it's going to look to the rest of the group. I guess we could all benefit from maybe a week of passing out. I know I could.
How's it about a month, honestly?
Or a year, Sir Cedric.
You know what? That sounds amazing. I'll take it.
My friends, before you leave this place, before you leave Paradigm, is there anyone here amongst your friends, amongst your allies that came here with you? Is there anyone that any of you wish to speak with for one last time?
That's a deep roster.
Mm-hmm.
A very deep roster.
I would suggest consulting the... Hold on, where is it? I would suggest consulting the Paradigm Assault Planning channel for your allies who came here and just check over that roster to confirm there's no one here that you wish to speak with further. Or if there is anyone here you wish to speak with further.
I already have an idea.
Okay.
Definitely checking on Druella.
Absolutely. You and Druella reconvene, which makes sense since you'll likely be returning back to Nivilus together, considering everything that's happened.
Mhm.
Considering you're both from there. And Druella, who is a little out of breath. Strange company we find ourselves in, huh?
how is she looking? Like, I guess health wise. Like, does she look like beaten up? Does she look like stressed out or anything like that?
She looks. Make me an insight check. This is going to be to determine her mental state specifically. As far as her physical state goes, she has
24.
Nice. Wow. Twice in a row.
That dice went on a fucking trip. It was on a
did.
20, and then on a 2, and then it was like, no, okay, 12. Here you go. I'll give you this one.
As far as her physical state, she has some, we'll call it surface damage, some cuts, some bruises, some tears in her rather illustrious dress that she's wearing, but overall, she was probably one of the people to get hit the least, to take the least amount of damage during this. As far as her mental state, more than anything, she's relieved. She's relieved that this whole thing is, for the most part, it's over.
Strange companies indeed. I just wanted to make sure that you were okay, especially with the probably one of the more chaotic elements of this whole operation.
Well, I mean, I don't want to brag, but yes,
Bitch.
I was pretty instrumental.
Okay, one bitch, please. We're literally out of a war with a literal god. Brag all you want. At this point, the entire city is not going to is going to be so annoyed about us bragging that they will tell us to shut the fuck up.
Oh, they're going to write songs and stories about what we did here today. I suspect you and I will probably devise a few of our own.
We haven't collaborated like that in years. He actually says, like, getting a very, like, warm, nostalgic, smile to his face.
Let's you and I, thinking on matters now, let's you and I reconvene in a few days. Definitely not today, or tomorrow for that matter. But in a few days, let's you and I reconvene and talk a bit of shop. I believe I have something for you that you might be a bit interested in.
I believe I've got something for you that you might be interested in. I just need to retrieve it from my father's office.
Wonderful. Thank you.
As well as something from my mother's cellar.
Oh, you'd best. Thank you, though, Corbin. Seriously, for not giving up on me.
You are literally my best friend. I couldn't have asked for anybody else to this kind of assistance. This burden, I couldn't bestow it upon anybody else. Without you, there is no me.
I'm going to quote you on that.
Do it. Fucking see who'd believe you at that point. I would deny it.
I wouldn't have made it this far without you. I really am thankful. I can laugh it off, I can make jokes, but you've always seen the best and worst in me.
Very in the most cynical taste, especially before you accidentally tripped me. He says, like, kind of not trying to be negative or anything, but he's just kind of like being cheeky at that point.
Look, next time we venture to an extra to a plane beyond our own, I'll let you push me in. How's that sound?
I'm going to take your word on that as a Fae of Novellis.
Just at least make sure I'm not wearing anything too nice before you push me.
You are feeding me right here, and it's not helping your case.
do believe I'm going to go home and take a hot bath. I believe I have earned that much.
I'm going to go home and have a hot wife. So, well, we'll both be having fun.
Until next time, Cloven.
He'll give her like a very big hug before she heads out.
She'll return it.
And yeah, that's all he needs.
No one else you wish to speak with while you're here?
Not particularly. No, that was kind of his bigger concern.
Understood. I'll go in order of who I see here in the Discord chat. We'll go to you, Korai. You wish to check on those amongst the Animus Sanctum, correct? You, as well as the rest of the group, know that the fight on the Enigma Gate, that invading force, was the conflict that took the longest to resolve. So you can imagine there's a bit of tension when you roll up, and it looks like things are still pretty fresh. But for the most part, things seem to have resolved. Those who were not defeated by your allies either surrendered or fled into the wilds, likely to be detained at a later date. You know that the two arbiters that led this attack, this assault on the Enigma Gate, they were swiftly defeated. As you check on the Animus Sanctum folks, you see the unmistakably massive tiger-like visage of Grandmaster Orda. You can see that he has blood across his knuckles. You're not sure if that's his from punching so many dumb idiots, or if that is the blood of the dumb idiots in question. But you can see his attire has been pretty sundered, and he is pretty short of breath at this moment. As his attention kind of turns to you. Ah! There you are! Good, you made it!
There you are. I'm so glad you guys are in one piece.
Same could be said about you, Acolyte. We saw the storm from back here. We weren't sure what that completely entailed. A number of us tried to send messages to those of you within the storm, but it seemed like none of them made it through.
No, there was a bit of interference.
I'm not surprised, but I'm thankful to see that you and yours were seemingly alright, in good health.
Seeing you all alright, I can start making my way back and pass out somewhere.
He'll smile. Corey, you can
He'll
see a little bit.
He's going for a big hug.
He is taken a little back at first, but he does reciprocate. You can see a little bit of ways away what appears to be Ein and Torin, both in pretty equal states. They both definitely saw their fair share of conflict, but they seem to be alright as well. As for us, we will be returning home momentarily. As strong of a cause as this was, we can't afford to leave the Animus Sanctum for terribly long periods of time. It
That's
requires constant moderation.
I'll be there soon to check on y'all.
Please, take your time. Next time we see each other, you and I are going to have a sparring match.
Absolutely.
He'll smile and he will turn to his people and begin starting to rally them, gather them, pick up the injured, as well as the deceased, and they will begin preparations to head back to the Anima Sanctum. Corey, is there anyone else you wish to speak with?
Not I can think of, no.
Okay. Then we will move on to Flit. Or not to Flit, to Ravon. No, I'm sorry. It was Flit. Flit was next. Sorry, Ravon. Flit, you and Reno break apart from your embrace. Let me tell you, that Sindri fellow of yours is a bit of a extreme individual. But he's good at what he does.
He doesn't really show it, but he's got that fire in him.
I don't think I've ever seen, well, to say a man of his stature would be doing him a disservice considering, you know, his suit, his equipment, whatever you call it. He ran out like a bat out of hell once things began to hit the shit, as one could say. He only barely managed to cling on to one of the ascending pieces of debris. Myself and Miss Briar were, well, we were stranded. I'm glad he was able to assist your group. Reno doesn't say y'all. Maybe in this one instance he does. To assist y'all.
Careful, when you're tired, your accent slips.
Ugh. Wouldn't want to have that. And how is your little friend? Toshi. A little sin just kind of stumbles out from the spot underneath your cloak, Flit, and you notice, Flit, Toshi is now mimicking those splotches of white across your form.
I guess I haven't been able to look at myself very well, but going from him, I guess I look pretty well. You look pretty well too, don't you? Looking at Toshi.
Blam.
You've been a great ally and a great friend this whole fight. Glad that you were able to come with me all this time. Looks back to Reno. I imagine that
As you turn back to Reno, his hand lightly caresses the side of your face that is now stained in white. And as you go to speak, he leans forward and plants a kiss upon you.
she will return in kind, very surprised, but accepting.
I don't think I've ever met anyone quite as extraordinary as you, Miss Flitara.
I'm not. She's a little flustered.
I know Bud is currently screaming downstairs.
I'm not that special, I don't think. I'm what my decisions made me. And I simply decided to do what was right, much as anyone else, I'd like to think.
Oh,
Besides,
extraordinary and humble. You are the full package.
well, I felt inspired by someone to look after the world. Make sure that things go well. Look out for the strange, the odds, and there's certainly no one odder than our group.
I can't imagine what roguishly handsome tiefling you may be referring to.
No, I would say you, but you're not very roguish, just handsome.
I'll take that. I meant it though. There's going to be ramifications as to what happened here today. Are you up for the challenge?
Reno, I would like to remain humble, but asking me if I'm up for the challenge after looking at everything that we've accomplished right now, saying no would seem disingenuous.
He'll smile at that. Good. 'Cause there's a hell of a lot of work to do.
Isn't that dull? I have something later when we're all recovered that I'd like you to be there for, but mayhaps if we need to do our own bit of recovery and hard work, I have at least one more person I want to thank before that all starts cascading down upon us.
Simply call upon me, and I shall be there, my love.
We shall see each other later, beloved.
He will straight up bow to you. And he will plant a kiss upon the ring finger of your right hand.
She will blush, which, for the first time, people can actually see.
It can no longer escape! Alrighty. There was one more person that I believe you wanted to check on.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to see if I can find Fangs.
You are able to quickly track down Fangs. Fangs is deep within the midst of recovery efforts as you see her cast down this massive swarm of vines and tendrils and lifts up this huge chunk of rubble that had seemingly pinned a number of the army soldiers that you guys had brought with you. And a few of them are pulled out and handed off to medics, clerics. And Fangs, seemingly satisfied, lowers the rubble back down. She turns and she spots you. Ah, there you are. It's good to
Hello,
see you.
sister. What?
Hmm?
I don't know. There was just a moment of silence when we both talked.
I think we both did greetings at the same time, and so we both just kind of stopped.
Yeah.
How are you faring?
I don't think we'd be alive if it weren't for Corvin, but at this moment, shaky and coming to terms with the price for trying to help, kind of looks at her hand. Well, I say price, one I gladly pay.
What happened?
A long story, but there was some backlash that I tried to help with, and well, I got caught up in it. I've always been nosy like that, you know?
I see. I'm sorry that it happened, but I'm thankful that you are at least alive. You're welcome, by the way. Not to brag, but I may have been the one to assist Amos's incursion into the storm.
He was such an asset. Thank you so much for that.
Is this sarcasm, Flit?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
It sounded a little bit like sarcasm, so I just wanted to make sure it was genuine.
No, I was going for, like, a little bit, like, yeah, absolutely. Like that tone of voice. Let me tell you, I'll tell you sometime about, exactly what he did regarding a certain, swarm of meteors, but it's neither here nor there.
I'll hold you to that. What is
Sorry,
next now?
Well, I guess more of what you're doing. Gestures to, the lifting, aid, recovery, and at least in our case, a lot of recovery.
We lost a lot here today, but we were not the only ones. These people here, I think most of them don't quite understand who they fell in allegiance with. Hopefully, with time, and like you said, a lot of recovery. Hopefully this place will become better than it was.
Flit looks out at over the devastation and everything that happened. Normandir used a lot of tricks to convince people to his side. Fear, deception. Very rarely did he inspire genuine loyalty. Maybe that's why he fell today. He was alone at the end. We were not.
She'll smile a bit of that. I stand by that sentiment. She'll kind of put her hand on your shoulder. You did good work today. You should go home. Rest. We can handle with you.
Now I will hold you to that. And Flit gives, as Fangs puts a hand on Flit's shoulder, Flit is going to put her own on Fangs and give her, admittedly, the Christian side hug, but a really, like, strong one.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a returning hug, and she's going to walk back to the group and probably stumble a little bit from exhaustion, but catch herself. I'm okay.
I'm
Okay.
good. I'm good, guys. Okay. If that is it for you, Flit, we'll move on to Rovan. Rovan, you meet up with the members of the Chroma Guard, who are actually probably in better condition than some of the other, some of your other allies that you've seen. It seems like putting the Chroma Guard on the job of invading the prison alongside Sarah was a very safe approach for them, as their camaraderie, their cohesion made their mission, especially with the bonus of Sarah being there, it made their efforts rather trivial. They did not have too much trouble reaching your father. And it shows as they are kind of relaying events back to you.
he'll take each and every bit of information and all the details that they give him, and he'll just quietly, while compiling it in his head, he'll just thank each and every one of them for their assistance in this overall massive operation. Especially considering how honestly crazy this one-day war really was. I thank you all for everything you have done. Glad to see that it wasn't too troublesome for you all.
Faustius will approach you, Rovon. It's been an honor. Next time you and I meet, we shall have a match for real. How does that sound?
I would very much like that, Faustius.
Take care, Rovon. Don't push yourself. Or do. I'm not your papa. I did save your papa though. You're welcome. Haha! See ya!
I thank you. You're a great man like yours.
You know the worst part about it, Rovon, as he kind of stumbles back. And he's gonna put his hand up on your shoulder. Throughout all of this, the only thing that I learned that we share truly, besides our love of the fight, I found out we both have daddy issues.
You also have uncle issues.
We do have uncle issues.
Oh no, I don't. You do.
Who's uncle? Wait. Who is my uncle in this metaphor?
Find me in a week's time after enough rest. We'll go out drink. We will go out drinking, and I will explain a number of things for you.
He looks a little confused, but relents and accepts the offer. Alrighty. And then, of course, there's another individual that you seek out as within relative proximity to Fangs. You do find Kieran.
I see you are well.
Vaughn! Hey! As she is going to run up and she's going to give you a hug. You alright?
I am very tired.
Yeah, I can see that.
My back is killing me. My legs are killing me. I am tired of gigantic rocks falling on our heads.
Sounds like it was pretty touch and go there for a few minutes.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was great warrior after great warrior. Il God corpse. Robots.
What now?
Where? Constructs.
Oh.
2 of them.
Oh.
Werewolf.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys
Flaming-
had a time.
It doesn't even end there. Flaming lady on top of dead lady. Asshole version of someone who is not an asshole. And then a dragon.
Uh-huh. As she's looking at you, kind of overwhelmed with information at this moment.
I'm not going to lie here, and I never want to run this gauntlet ever again.
You and I both.
I think I'd like a little bit of peace for a few years.
My love, then you and I are in, if you're looking for peace, you and I are in the wrong line of work.
I don't know. You are more in touch with nature. How about a farm or something like that?
A farm.
Something in the yeah, something in the countryside.
I know you and I have zero knowledge about how to tend to cattle.
Who said it had to be cattle? You could grow plants.
My love.
Grapes?
Knowing you, what you're going to ask me one day is to buy a cow so that way you can have milk, so that way you can churn that milk into butter and cheese. You're telling me we're not going to have cattle. I don't believe you. Also, her accent's slowly changing.
It's a future investment. But... oh, come on. Even you have to admit it's a good idea.
I'm
Good.
not opposed to it. We did a good thing here, right? I just kind of looking around at the mounds of destruction and ruin around you guys. I feel like our cause was just, but I can't help but feel like we probably hurt a lot of people's lives.
When conflict arises, there never really is an easy off-ramp. However, what we stopped today, compared to what would have happened had we not, I would take this 1,000 times.
She'll nod, seemingly in agreement. Don't get me wrong, I stand with you and our friends. I can't lie when I say there were a few moments of doubt in my mind as we, well, did all of this.
It's war, Kieran. It is a hell. One that is more man-made than anything. And it was our duty to put this hell back in its place. Duty is the death of love. But we have completed our duty, and therefore we have only love. And he's just gonna take off the helmet. He's gonna drop down, kind of on one knee, bring Kieran in close. Deep hug. A kiss on the forehead. I think I have a few promises that I have to keep. And I think about all of them I owe you.
Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it.
I am a Sionis man. I keep my promises,
I believe it.
just as the river Styx.
We're not going to start on that again. I will actively, I don't care how big or strong you are, I will actively strangle you.
Don't worry. You won't be the only one. He kind of looks down at his sword. You might get a little help with that one.
Is that? Oh, go on.
Let's get the hell out of here.
With that, we move on to our last individual. Lily, River, is there anyone here that you wish to check on, speak with, before we move on from this place? If not, that is totally fine, but I'm making sure everyone has their voice heard.
I don't. I can't think of anyone in particular.
The one person you probably had in mind has already, you have
Yeah.
already met with, so yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. My friends, my Exilia Regalia, as you all go on your separate ways, as you leave this place in Paradigm, the next couple days are filled with a series of events, some good, some bad. There's a lot of rest involved, as I can imagine for a few of you. A lot of conversations that need to be had. A lot of things that need to be resolved. And we're going to touch on all those things here in just a few minutes, as for right now, we are going to take a bio break. My friends, thank you all for joining us thus far. We'll be back in but a few minutes. Do not go anywhere. Hello, my friends. We are back. Bun just laughed at CG, or at Flit rather, because CG updated Flit's Hero Forge mini to have the white marks upon her form, and Bun accidentally reacted with a laughing emoji.
White!
Why? Alrighty, my friends. Let me do this. So, Exilia Regalia, as you depart the city of Paradigm, what follows next are events that take over the course of the next few hours, the next few days. Any last minute business you would like to handle before we go into our epilogue proper? I know- I was just gonna say, I know a number of you have things that you need to handle, as well as a few of you may have things you wish to handle. CG, if you would like to proceed with what you were saying.
Well, I guess I don't know when, but I know that Flit, needs to have a moment, the big moment
The big moment.
with Toshi.
Yes. We can do that now if you would like to volunteer Flit's final business, or if someone else wants to volunteer to go first, that is fine as well.
I don't mind taking a backseat.
Anyone want to go first, or perhaps I could even roll for old time's sake?
Roll!
I'm
Roll!
okay with what?
Yeah, I was
okay
gonna
with
say, I
letting
don't
fate
think
decide.
anyone is gonna be willing to go first.
Nope,
No.
not at all.
All right, then we roll. Well, maybe we don't. It fell off the table. Hold on.
The dice
Alright, another
escape one more
campaign.
time.
Ravon, after a hard and perilous journey, you have been away from home for the better part of a year. You have fought many battles. You have seen many things. You and your father, for the first time in a very, very long time, you both walk through the doors of House Sionis together. I assume either Rovan or his father would exclaim something as they enter the house. I would like to offer the opportunity for you to do that, J. Frost, should you wish. If there's anything you would like to, Rovan would like to exclaim upon entering House Sionis again.
Mother, your son is home. And I've brought a stranger with me.
Coming, my love, as your mother, not terribly far away, it would seem, begins to make her way into the parlor area to where she sees you and your father. Your father, who is covered in wounds and is half naked for that matter, she goes, "What in the devil's happened?" It is a long story, my love. Well, that story better get pretty damn short here in just a moment. Oh my god. Get in here! Prancing around the streets of... We have people who... We are a well-respected family, and I will not have my husband prancing around the streets of Arnia, or Eramor, in... And she looks him over proper. What are you wearing, actually, for that matter? It's a long story. You boys, what am I going to do with you? I am a man, my beloved. Not in this moment. No, you are in this moment a boy who is in trouble. Understood, my beloved. Come this way.
Rovan is doing everything he can to suppress a laugh.
Your father gives you a stern look.
He's going to literally just look and kind of like mouth. It's your problem, not mine.
Let me find your sister, and your brother for that matter. Both of you, in, now. The doors, the House Sionis close. And a very long and very awkward discussion is had over the course of the next few hours regarding what has happened and the events leading up to it. And is in that moment, during this conversation, that your father comes forth with everything. What he's done, the people he was working with, why he was working with them, as well as coming to terms with the mistakes that he's made. Needless to say, your mother is not happy. Your sister is on the edge of her seat in a very worried manner. And your brother, there's almost a sense of pride from your brother, kind of like, that is so fucking cool. To which your sister firmly lays into him over. What? It is. Children, I like to think I am a good parent. I like to think I am a good mother. Depending on how your father and I's next conversation, well, you all may be having 2 winter solstices.
That's the appropriate reaction, though.
Mm-hmm.
I just imagined it was one of the freaking like one of the people who work there just like out of the corner just screeching.
There's Anthony's just in the corner. It's just like, nope, not doing anything with this. Nope.
Yeah,
The
Anthony is like at the door, kind of listening in with a glass of wine, like, holy fuck.
He walked in like that guy with the pizza and everything's on fire.
Yeah, truly. Or like the
Donald
Simpsons gif
Glover.
of Grandpa walking in, then turning around, walking back out.
Yeah.
Needless to say, it has been a long few days.
I'm ashamed of, well, everything I've done over the past however long. I've lied to this family over and over again. I am Shane Paul. I have shattered my pride as a Sionis man. I'm sorry. I can go on and on and on about how sorry I am, but the truth of the matter is, I love this family. I do. And I let my love for this family and its lineage blind me. Blind me to a point of, you could even say hatred. I understand any and all resentment, and I welcome it, because frankly it is deserved even. But I now seek, I guess you could call it, atonement. I want to make things right. And if me leaving would make things right, I am willing to do it for the betterment of this family. There is a stern, a firm silence that kind of washes over this room. Over the whole house, even. Ravon, you think you hear Anthony outside? You think you might hear him quietly? Oh, shit. Your mother, amongst all this, stands up. She walks over to her husband. My love, what am I going to do with you? Well, you could not another word. Yes, ma'am. He just quietly, yes, ma'am. The greatest mistake that you could have made was not the war crimes. It was not the, well, maybe it was the war crimes, but that is not the point of this metaphor that I am laying across you. It is not the terrible things you did. It is not the lies you told. It was the fact that you couldn't trust in this family to help you when you needed it. You've hurt my trust. You've hurt the trust of our children. You've hurt this family's trust. And for that, the punishment must be sentenced. To which your father, his eyes kind of widen. Kind of like a, what does she mean by that? And your mother, just one firm slap across the face. Your father's head doesn't even move, but you see the red handprint quickly begin to emerge over his stone gray skin. And like that, penance has been paid. You damned fool. And she's going to reach forward and she's going to embrace him. You big fucking idiot. Don't ever do that again. Not to me, not to your family. You understand? Yes, ma'am. Good. Oh, my love, beloveds. Back under one roof again. I will not have it. This time, ruined. By any terrible deeds we may have done. Does anyone else have any terrible truths they wish to inform this family about? There's a bit of a tense look from your mother to you, Rovan, your brother, your sister. And your sister goes, I have a bit of a truth that I have been holding on to. Helenesta, what do you wish to say? She becomes a bit flushed, a bit embarrassed. But seeing what happened to your father, she decides now is the best time to speak up. Anthony and I are expecting. To which your father goes, huh?
Ravan's already, expecting somebody's arm to get punched through the door to grab Anthony and pull him
Ravan,
through.
you hear the sound of glass shattering on the other side of the door and quick armored steps running the other direction. Oh, shit,
That boy should know that that's not going to be any help at all. He just gave himself a 2-second head start.
Mother?
Go.
Oh, no. He's gonna look over to Typhus. He's like, you're the eldest. Go get him.
Fuck. I haven't gone jogging in some time. Fuck, hold on. And Typhus is going
Remember,
to...
knees to chest, feathers!
Shut up! And with these large, lumbering footsteps, boom, 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 reminiscent of your father, he's gonna take off down the hallway. You're gonna hear the sound of doors being burst open, and you're gonna hear, ha! From way off down the hall. Typhus, wait, what's the accent that I swear? Yeah, I'm sure your mother thinks that too. Bolshevik.
Bolshevik.
Apparently, Rowan's family is now Russian.
I mean, to be fair, Greeks are considered Slavs.
As if, after a couple minutes, your brother is going to drag Anthony back into the room. He's going to sit him firmly down on the sofa. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Aegeus, you're back. It's been... And your mother is at his throat, grasping his collar. When were you going to tell us? We were saving it for the ceremony, ma'am. You're taking good care of my daughter, aren't you, Anthony? Yes, ma'am. Always, ma'am. Good. I'm expecting twins. I am expecting twins, Anthony.
I want 2 on my desk in 9 months or you're fired!
Yes, ma'am. Good.
Oh, the reproduction department's getting cut.
Good boy. And she's going to pat him on the head. Any other terrible secrets anyone wishes to admit while we are here, Typhus? No, ma'am. I have taken good care of this family in my father's stead. Ravon, roll inside.
Yeah, will do. It's gonna be inside.
That is so fucking
I
perfect.
wanted
You believe him?
that.
You absolutely believe him. Your mother, on the other hand.
Yeah.
Typhus. And he's gonna start sweating. He's gonna look to Hellenesta and Antony. Mother, it has come to my attention that, as speaking as a honest man, please don't be mad. Speak. I don't think romance is for me, mother. Oh, is that it?
Oh, you chose the wrong words.
Your father looks extremely disappointed in your brother. Your mother, on the other hand, oh, is that it? Yes? That is fine, Typhus, my boy. You are not contractually obligated to marry and have children. Who do you think you are? Your father? Don't
He does enough for all of us.
Your father. Don't answer that, son. His father. And then everyone kind of looks to you, Rovan. Ron, my boy. Any grave sins you wish to admit?
No, not really. I'm actually quite good in my book.
Rovan! I'm gonna need you to make me a deception check.
Oh, come on, man. I haven't done anything wrong.
That is not fucking true. You made a pact with with an eldritch horror, my friend. One that you did not tell your
22.
family about.
22.
If I ever needed a high roll in this moment, it is now. Your mother looks to you. Her eyebrow raises a little bit. I will let it slide, considering what you and your father have just been through. However, this conversation is likely very not over. Do you understand me, son?
Yes, ma'am?
Good. Well, now that all of that has been handled, who wants dinner? Your father immediately, oh, thank fuck, I'm starving. Ravan,
Dinner would be nice. Yeah.
Ravan, you and your family. You nailed it on the head, CG. You and your family have a bit of a celebration in honor of your father's return, your return, this news about your sister expecting. You have a great big Sionis family dinner as you taste the tastes of home again. You drink the wine of House Sionis. And once it's all over, you fucking crash, my man. You just... Yeah. Poof. But for the first time in a very long time, everyone is here in the Sionis family household, and it feels right. My friend, Rovan J. Frost.
Hi.
Is there anything else any other business Rovan would like to handle in the next coming days?
You know, all honesty, the only thing I could think of would just be spending time with family. That's
I think that is a wonderful prospect. Considering everything that has happened, the fights you have fought, the time spent away from family, that is in this moment all you really want and crave, especially because you kind of remember Reno's words, you don't know what exactly is over the horizon for you or your group. And so you spend as much time as you can surrounded by your loving family. Your mother does eventually get you to admit to the interesting little deal you made with Archivar, and she most certainly reprimands you for it. However, you are a Sionis man, and she can only expect so much out of you. Sips wine. But that is it, my friend. With your consent, may I move on to someone else?
By all means.
And thus I remove J. Frost from the call. No.
From the server.
I am banning him as we speak.
Ah, beans.
There are 4 of you left. Let me roll my d4. Corey,
Yeah.
you return home back to Haven. Let me change my music real quick. Where is it? There it is. You return back home, and needless to say, you are welcomed back with open arms by your family. Your father, Pike, is away at the time, in the midst of his, we'll call it a shift when you return home, but your mother, Kana, and your brother, Maui, are there, ready to welcome you upon your arrival. Corinne, my dear, what happened to you?
Enough to last me several lifetimes.
Come in, my dear. You look like you could use some water.
Something stiffer would be nice, and hug. Yeah.
Your mother will embrace you. You'll exchange the formal greeting, and your mother will pull out her secret bottle of of maritime whiskey, and you two will share a glass or two. Do you begin to relay to your mother the events of what happened recently?
Yeah.
So
Just venting.
yeah, it gets to the point to where your mother kind of just stops responding and just kind of starts listening, sipping their whiskey. Give me just a moment. I just realized I need to text something real quick. So, kind of at the end of it. So, I'm sorry. That was a lot. So, this woman, Aurelia, your boyfriend's, I don't know if widow is the right term for it.
I think widow is accurate.
She wasn't evil.
No, not by choice, no.
Meanwhile, Mallory
More
is
by
the-
circumstance, by possession.
Huh. And she kind of takes another sip of their whiskey. Meanwhile, your little brother Mallory, that is so cool. Can I go on the next adventure with you? No.
Oh!
Kana
This
said,
one
both
wasn't
of you,
even
like,
supposed
equally-
to happen.
Both
Ow!
of you equally, no. Oh. By the way, that actually, you know what? This reminds me, we have something to show you, Kore. Mally, do you want to show Kore your new gift? Yes, Kore. Look what I can do. And Mally sidles up next to you, excited. Look what I can do. And you watch as he kind of flicks his hand forward a couple times. And you start to see, after the first like 2 or 3 times, he gets a little frustrated and goes, come on. And you see little flickers of flame or maybe light emanating from his hand before he begins to hold this standing, fluctuating ember in his bare hand. Look! I've learned magic!
Nice! I'm
I'm
so proud of you, Maui.
And you can see he's so excited, and then he kind of turns into a, not fear, but almost like help. He doesn't know how to get rid of it as he's just kind of holding his hand there now. I haven't quite gotten good at the dispelling yet. And he kind of just has to shake his hand wildly, and it fizzles. He picked that up not long after the last time you were here. He's been very proud. He's been excited to show you.
Well, I'll have to let Master Order know too to see what else Maui can do.
Do you think I'll be able to, like, jump really high and throw cool punches like you?
That was learned, and then that takes practice, so yeah, I think you can do it.
You see your mother immediately lean on one arm, their other arm dangling off the other side of the armchair, just with the glass of whiskey in it. Just like, oh no, what have I done? I've enabled him.
I mean, with Pike as our dad, I mean, I don't think any of us wouldn't be, or you, also with you as mother, not strong. It would be very hard not to.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was worried for your safety. She said.
Me too!
Smiling.
Me too!
It is at this moment that you hear the door open. Gunnar, move! And immediately your brother, not because he's a rat, but because he's so excited, Dad, Corey's home! What? And you hear poof, 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 as your dad wanders into the room, your mountain of a father. Oh, my little dewdrop, how are you? And he's going to pick you up into a hug. Your dad looks very different wearing like his professional like lunar choir garb. It looks weird on him, but you take it because that's just because of
He
that's
looks
just part
so
of the position.
official.
Yeah, he looks so official. Corey was just telling me the story of her most latest adventure.
Hopefully the last one for a minute.
Oh, really? Did you kick some ass?
You know it.
That's my girl. And he's going to... It gets to the point where you do the traditional greeting, but he does it firmly. Like, it's almost like a headbutt, like, poof.
Well, bam!
Yeah.
In this
The
household,
Haven hug, the Haven headbutt.
Yeah.
in this household, it's not uncommon for hugs to transition into headlocks.
It's true. Meanwhile, your poor mother, Kana, is just still... You can tell Kana is happy, but at the same time, they have just this expression of... Oh, this family. We'll have to celebrate. We'll have to... First of all, you have to tell me the story. And then, of course, we'll have to get Taneri over here. Which, don't tell anyone that I told you. And your father's leaning in real close. But your mother can still hear. And your mother immediately gives a disapproving look. No, Pike. Oh, come on.
What?
You're going to find out eventually. That should be Tantan's story to tell.
Ow! Of course, I'm really excited. Just like, please, please. This is what I think it is.
Above game. Would you like them to tell you, or would you wait to hear the news from the horse's mouth?
She'll wait.
Okay.
She'll instead just pull Pike into another hug and I guess trying to find other liquor or drinks to just start telling him the story too.
Fine. And he's going to wander over and he's going to try to stealthily snatch the bottle of whiskey, and your mother, as he walks by, snatches it back from him. No, you get your own. Oh, but you always get the good stuff because you always guzzle the good stuff. If you want to beer, go get that piss from down the road. I will stick with the finer things. As your mother takes
But the finer stuff, you savor it.
That's my girl. As your mother takes another sip of the whiskey.
Speaking of the finer things, there's maybe news or developments in the future with Diana and Cedric. The Nexus may be coming over more often. We don't know. We'll see.
Oh, good. I'm sure Maui will be very excited to spend more time with Nexus. To which Maui is kind of like shifting there excitedly in his little spot. Does Nexus know cool magic too?
Yeah. He just picked it up too. Yeah.
Oh, Maui, maybe the two of you can teach each other. God, it's going to be a long... It's going to be a... Your mother just, again, kind of hand pressed to her forehead. Oh, this is going to be a time to get to. Technically, that would that make Nexus Maui's nephew?
Yeah,
Oh my God,
because
you're right, yeah.
if Koray's the
technically.
stepmom and Maui's the brother, that technically means
Yeah.
Nexus is
Oh,
Maui's
no.
nephew.
Yeah, technically. That's funny.
You got a JoJo-style family tree going up in here.
Corey, you and your family spend the next hours into the night talking away. You begin regaling your father about the story of what occurred in Paradigm, and it ends up evolving into this, just you kind of not even venting, just regaling all these stories of your adventures thus far. And you definitely notice it strikes some sort of inspiration in your brother, who tries his absolute hardest to stay awake for the whole thing, but him being young, eventually he does fall asleep around the midnight hour. It's good to feel home again. To be home again. You crash in the bedroom that you grew up in. The next day, you reconvene with a few of the folks that you have known your entire life, and you find out from the horse's mouth, Tauntaun and Ludric are now engaged.
Nice.
Ludric bought the prettiest little... He bought a ring, but it wasn't a diamond ring. he, with the extra mile, got this brilliant pearl ring for Tauntaun because he knew that was one of Tauntaun's favorite things, pearls. And she loves it. It got to the point where you started getting a little annoyed with her because she just wouldn't stop being like, just look at this fucking ring, look at it, dude. And you're just like, okay, damn.
My God, I get it.
I
You're
get
happy.
it.
Shit.
And then it starts getting into both of you talking about your relationships. And then Tauntaun starts looking at your ring. So, tell me about this. Is it Diana? Is it Cedric? Is it both?
It's difficult. I think it's us, right? It's us. It's both. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's Diana and Cedric. Yeah. I didn't think I was gonna be able to find one person to put up with me, let alone two.
I know, I still struggle with it. She says, cheekily. I'm happy for you, girl. Really. You deserve them. They deserve you. Damn, you get two? You had those two
I work
cuties
hard.
together at the same time? What the hell?
It's so beautiful and awesome. I die.
That's unfair.
I'm dying.
Seriously. Congrats.
So
though.
happy for you and Ludric, though.
Thank you. I feel like he... This is gonna sound cheesy. I feel like he really gets me. And I don't know. You know me. Relationships, long-standing relationships have always been hard. I mean, you know that Boulder is still recovering his ear from when you bit it off.
Man still deserved it.
He did deserve it. But it feels good, you know?
Feels good. Feels right. Real happy for you, Tauntaun.
I'm happy
Didn't
for
think
you.
we'd get this far.
I'm happy for us.
Yeah, hell yeah. There's gonna be so many parties for a while.
Hell yeah. Are you staying in town for a while?
Yeah, I got some business to do. Yeah.
Good. We'll have some drinks. I'll tell you about a little bit about what's been going on lately.
I can tell you about lots that's been going on. Finally, now it's done.
Oh yeah. There's been some. Ever since you and your friends were here last, where you solved that whole dilemma with Orcathion and Nithis, there's been quite a few changes.
I'm glad.
I'm sure you're familiar with one of the big ones with your dad.
It looks so weird. Not seeing him in armor and seeing him like official time robes.
I love
It's so
Craig
wild.
so much. He looks like such a doofus. And I don't think he realizes that he doesn't need to dress that way. He can have something commissioned, something more comfortable, but I think he takes a little bit of pride in it, honestly. Kana came to me the other day practically pleading with me to sneak something to him, sneak some sort of new garb to him, but I don't know if I can afford to break his little heart, you know?
I'm sure we can find something
Something.
to alternate between.
Something. Look, I gotta get back, but look me up later, we'll share a drink, and we'll gossip, okay?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, girl. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Cora, you, during this day, you just kind of take a walk around Haven, and you really begin to just take it in. The last few times you've been here, it's been for some sort of business or for, something like a dragon attack. That's crazy. A prospective dragon attack. That's crazy. It's occurring to you finally in this moment, you can just enjoy being home. You have no responsibilities as of right now. You can just take in and see all the changes. You see the hard work that's been getting put in from the choir. You see the Bearish Tech breaking new ground with the people of Haven and that union, that synergistic relationship that is forming. And just... You didn't know how your home was going to look when you left so many years ago. You didn't know what was going to occur, happen when you were exiled by Rao. And it's in this moment where everything's finally catching up to you. You're finally processing it, and you are so fucking happy to be home. To really be home. Corey, Punk, my friend.
Yeah.
Is there anything else either here in Haven or elsewhere that Corey would like to handle before we continue on?
Nah, she saw Master. I mean, if she could see Master Order and everything, but I think that would be like handled off screen and everything.
You can take some time while you're here. You can visit the Animus Sanctum. You see that they very quickly, having suffered pretty minimal casualties, they do almost immediately return back to their standard work. And Grandmaster Orta gives you that sparring match that the two of you had spoken about doing. And you put up a firm fight, but he does, in the end, hand your ass to you. If it was just monk on monk, you wouldn't have stood a chance. But your druidic magic's coming into play, and you begin to form this almost like unexpected style of monk and martial art prowess in tandem with the magics of the realm around you, which are almost seemingly empowered given your proximity to the Aether Wellspring. It provides you with an offensive and a series of techniques that he really does have to struggle to keep up with. You give it your all, and it gets close. It really does.
Cool shit.
But that, if it is okay with you, I believe it is time to move on to our next person.
Yep.
Sorry, just typing up a message real quick.
You good?
Okay. I have 3 of you left. Lily,
Yes.
I know where the fuck you're going. Immediately following the events within Paradigm, you send your happy little ass back home, where you have a lovely, lovely and loving... I almost said Genasi, that's not the word. Goliath girlfriend waiting for you. Fiance waiting for you. Is there anything before you step back foot into your home? Is there anything you would like to grab or pick up or buy on the way home? Maybe something to surprise her?
Lily would absolutely come home with like a big bouquet of flowers.
Hell yeah. You buy out the closest flower stall to home, and you burst in there with a bouquet probably larger than you are. What do you call out when you enter the house.
Immediately upon opening the door, she would just call out, Genie, I'm home.
You immediately hear the sounds of frantic footsteps coming, quickly approaching your location. As you hear, it's hard to see. You hear Genia kind of peer around the corner and look at you. Lily, what is that? Looking at the massive bouquet of flowers you have.
You could hear her almost like sniffling behind the flowers.
It's allergies.
It's allergies. She just goes, needless to say, I missed you.
Get in here. And Genia is going to take this massive plume of flowers from you. You don't know which one of those flowers you are actually allergic to, but there is a little bit of red on your face from irritation. Probably from allergies. And Genia looks at you proper. You look like you've been through quite a lot. And with almost uncontrollably, without another word, she throws the bouquet to the side. And she just fucking gets in there, just kissing all over you, hugging you. God, I miss you so much.
Needless to say, Lily almost immediately just breaks down crying and hugs Genia tightly.
I was so worried.
I was so scared I wasn't gonna see you again.
It's done then. It's over?
She nods.
It's over.
She hugs you tighter, and the two of you just burst into tears, just break down in your entrance hall to your quaint little home here in Dragon's Reach. A lot of emotions are had. You regale the events of what happened in Paradigm over the course of the next couple hours. And after you kind of come to a conclusion and you two kind of circle back around and start touching on the conversation of, we'll just say the elephant in the room, the conversation about what happened with Oz and Argona. I can't believe, after all of that, he then turned himself around. Like, honestly, there's a part of me that almost really doesn't believe it.
Love does crazy things to people.
Well, I guess for what it's worth, I'm happy that him and Argona are happy and together again, if that's even what they are. Or if they're just wisps on the wind. I don't know, I'm getting sentimental. He did try to kill me. I wasn't a fan of him, but I'm glad it worked out. I'm really
Trust
glad
me.
it worked out.
After the things that he put me and my mother through, I was just happy to see an end to it too.
Why did you save him? And if you don't mind my asking, I'm not judging your decision. It's just curiosity, I suppose.
Cause I would have done the same if it were you.
That's a cop-out answer, but I will accept it. Because you're really attractive when you're emotional.
She just laughs through, like, all tears are still at the corners of her eyes.
Also, and you see she kind of starts thinking, I'm not gonna lie, I I love the pink. All I'm saying is that we could get you a possible white wig for you to wear on some special days, and I'm just saying, I think you would kill it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I would rip it off of your head with my teeth, but I'm just, just saying. She kind of shrugs.
Her hair immediately her face turns immediately the same color as her hair. Without fail.
Sippy of water. The two of you spend, well, I suppose to say you spend the night together, but I guess that would be the case. You two fucking live together.
To say the least.
I know. That's crazy. And you, the next day, the two of you just have a fucking good old day together. You two go out, you explore, you go shopping. You two do something that you haven't really been able to do for quite some time, and that's just be with each other. Just spend a day in each other's presence. Even in the moments where you're not actively together, you're still in each other's space. You're still together. And it's so nice. It is
Lily
truly, truly therapeutic.
Lily would also at some point at least want to go by and let Bruno know that she's home and she's safe.
Yes. You go to the important places. You stop by the Orion Club, to where you are welcomed back not just by Bruno, Genius' dad, but you are also welcomed back by the head of the Orion Club, Flynn Orion, who is a bit surprised to hear that everyone made it out of Paradigm seemingly okay.
Everyone.
But he's thankful that, or he is happy that Rycidius was able to be, Rycidius and his other agents were were able to be of some service to y'all. And he conveys his hopes that his debt is repaid to your group.
She nods.
It is during this day as well that your mother returns home. Your mother returns home, having seemingly been discharged, at least for now, from recovery efforts in Paradigm, and reconvenes with you and Genia, and your mother takes the two of you out to the little cafe that she had mentioned that she met her, we'll say suitor, her current suitor, Alder.
Her new boyfriend.
Her new boyfriend.
No.
And it is, Lily, you didn't really think about it when your mom was telling you about this cafe or was telling you about Alter. This cafe is so fucking up your alley. It's cute. It's quaint. It's got, the building is shaped specifically so it looks like the trunk of a large tree. It is very, very cozy core. And you immediately fall in love with it.
I want one like that here.
The next day, or I guess as the next day comes to an end, you and Genia are alone once again, and you two are sitting on the beach, looking out on the coast from Dragon's Reach out into the strait from the Voromir Sea to the south, as well as the what would technically be the Agatal to the north. So, you're home for a while then, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Because if you tell me that... One, that's really fucking funny. Hold on. I need to share this. That needs to go on stream. Hold on. Bun, that's really fucking funny. Hold on, chat. There you go.
You're welcome. Someone gave me ammo.
The file name, dare may I say, is in all caps, Genia, I'm home.
That is amazing.
That's really fucking
I
funny.
love
Bun.
that.
Thank you for that. But, Genia, looking to you. Good. I'm glad you're home, because if you tell me you're leaving anytime in about the next week, I might have to actually strangle someone. Not necessarily you, but someone.
Trust me, I think if I had to do anything else, I would also be strangling someone.
What do you think you're gonna do now? You gonna return back to the army, you think?
Maybe not for long, enough to help finish up with the cleanup efforts and put back things where they need to go.
Genia nods approvingly.
But no more life-threatening missions for now. Hopefully for good.
Just realized I never changed the music. I had it set up to change it, I never did. Good. I was really worried you weren't going to come back this time. I tried to be brave. I tried to put on this big brave face for you the last time we spoke, but I was so damn scared, Lily.
There got to be a point where I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't think I was gonna make it, and you're all I can think about.
No more risking your life, okay? Please.
I can do that for you.
She smiles. She pulls you a bit closer. The two of you sit amongst the dunes. And Lily, it feels so nice as you two watch out over the crashing waves of high tide. It's so nice to sit here for a moment with this woman that you love and not have to worry about what's lingering over your shoulder. No Hellfire Assembly, no Oz, no Marissa or Elrock or anyone. It's over. And it's in this moment that you share with Genia that you don't just release this tension, this emotion, you almost break down. But just like you have been her rock, Genia is in this moment your rock. The events of the last year, the events of the last few days are going to be something that stick with you for years and years and years.
Yeah, Lily's absolutely gonna need therapy after this one.
I feel like most of you are. But
Stares at Roban.
I wasn't gonna say it, but there is comfort knowing that despite it all, you have someone here with you who loves you unconditionally, who would never ask more from you than what you've already given. It's nice to be happy. Really and truly happy in this moment. River, my friend, is there any other matters of business you would like to handle before we move on? Either in the next, for Lily, what would be in the next few hours, or even maybe the next few days? Or would Lily just take the time spending time with Genia and just decompressing?
Probably that. Decompressing, spending time with Frostbite. Because she has been apart from him for way too long.
Mm-hmm. Okay. With that, I have 2 left. Corvin. Returning back home to Navilis is needless to say, a very welcome sight. You and Druilla return together, but you don't return together, if that makes sense. You both go back at the same time, but you don't necessarily end up in the same place. Suffice to say, I presume you would head home.
Oh yeah, for sure he would.
Yeah.
He would be polite and bid farewell to Druilla before not so subtly speed walking to his family home.
Yes. As you move through the streets of Navilis, this town that you have lived in for years and years and years, and you have seen the best and the worst of it. You walk through these streets, and there is this air of almost unfamiliarity as you walk through the streets. You are already seeing the direct influence that Druilla has had, the Songbird has had over Navilis since the throne was succeeded onto her by Corladora. It is no secret that those in power within Navilis tend to have a direct influence as to the actual physical and emotional state of the city itself, the city life. Where before, you never really noticed it until things started to change and you gained more experience, you had seen more things. It really occurs to you as you walk through the streets now how forced everything felt. People were happy, sure, but in this moment now, there is an air of contentment that seeps into your very bones. It is not just happiness, it's peacefulness. You feel like you really exist now in this place. It's a breath of fresh air as you return back to your home, your family home. Even now, even with your family, who, while they are still having their almost nearly non-stop shindigs, parties, chaos, even now, it feels more tame, contained. Reasonable would be a decent word.
He will definitely kind of look out into the sea of siblings, and he's definitely gonna be wading through the crowd finding Aura.
there is a lot of support gifted unto you as you weave through this crowd of your siblings. It is pretty evident as you are weaving through this crowd that you and your friends were successful in what you had set out to do. News apparently spread very fast, and there's, in your mind, you think how that's a little unusual that your family picked up on it that fast. It's not a surprise per se, but you're just like, huh, interesting.
With how I say this, it's not surprised because I feel like they would definitely be like the first ones to know, regardless of like if it involves their family or not. They have a literal network in their house.
Yeah. Like I said, you're not really surprised that they picked up on it this fast. It's just a little surprising that they picked up on it this fast, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
As you finish weaving through your sea of siblings, you are met as you emerge on the other side by the tall, resounding figure of your father, who is more business than pleasure, as you're well familiar with. He very rarely makes his presence known to the sea of festivities that occur within the family house. And he, standing there wordlessly, he smiles. He puts his hands out warmly. Welcome home, son.
Sorry. Corvin, he will brush past the hand, his dad's hand, and he will definitely just give him like the biggest hug, almost as if everything has just been. It's like he's been suppressing every bit of himself during this entire operation, and now he's in a position to where he's comfortable and free to express himself.
Your father is a little taken aback, but he does pretty quickly ease into it and relaxes. And it's odd, in this one moment, after everything living in this house for so long, there is this just moment here and now where it's like you're seeing your father not just as your family's figurehead, but as the man who gave you flesh and blood and the ability to care. It's this moment where you see him as your father. Not just as, dad. And he, in this embrace, I'm sure I have not said it enough, but I'm proud of you, son. Really, truly am.
You have no idea how much that means to me, Dad.
You hear him kind of take a deep breath on the verge of a series of emotions. I'm sorry it took me this long to say it.
I know that's, well, not the easiest group of people to not the easiest group of people to be around, or the easiest to stick up for, but I can guarantee, from the oldest to the very youngest who can barely even speak, how much you mean to us.
You can see he just silently, a tear starts to come down from one eye, then another from the other side. And he really tries to put on a brave face, but he is failing. You all may be so difficult to deal with, but you are my family. I love you all so very much. You all of you have made me proud.
Well, let me not speak for all of us. Oi! Everyone! Get in here!
As this mass of siblings begins to swarm in on you and your father. I guess I deserve this. He doesn't even fight it. It's almost like penance in a way. He just lets it happen.
Oh god, I can't let this all be all sobby and heartwarming. I gotta get something in there.
Your mother and your beloved, yes, thank you, are upstairs. I'm sure they're waiting for you.
I don't know what I'm afraid of more, her being around here with these chuckle fucks, and he'll say that kind of affectionately, or her upstairs alone with mother.
Be careful, son. I think they're together. I think they're sharing wine.
Speaking of which, I need to grab a bottle for the new archfey. Also, Father, I need to procure a that invitation from your office. I'm thinking about taking Drilla up on it.
The door is unlocked. Have at it, my boy.
I'll see to it that I grab it on my way out, so that way I'm not imposing on everyone's festivities. As he'll just kind of grab like a random thing and just throw it over to the wall or something.
Mm-hmm. Your father's office would be closer to where you currently are than where your mother and Ara are. So you would likely stop by there first to grab the aforementioned letter.
Okay, yeah, he'll run. He'll run towards the. He'll quickly go towards the office. He will look at the invitation of nobility and stash it away in his coat. Also, before he leaves, he will definitely put the luck blade across. Like, there's like a fireplace, like a mantle in the office, right?
Yes.
He'll put the luck blade right on the mantle itself, and just say in Sylvan, "Thank you for saving our skins," as he will head towards where Mumsy and Aura is.
Your dad's gonna go in there later and be like, "Where the fuck did this come from?"
Yeah.
As you head into one of the sitting rooms on one of the higher floors, you do find your mom and Aura sharing a bottle, and just as you're about to enter, you hear them kind of erupt into a bout of laughter, and your mother goes, and then Colvin looks to him and say, "What? I didn't mean it." And they begin to laugh again. And it is at this moment that you kind of make your presence known. Aura is the first to notice you and goes, "Corvin, damn, you look like shit."
Says nothing, immediately walks. He will embrace her in one of those those like hugs to where like you just squeeze and try and like pick somebody up. With granted, with his negative strength, he doesn't really get terribly high with it, but the adrenaline of everything just kind of at least allows him to like kind of twirl her around like a kind of like a damsel.
Yeah.
And he'll just like put like as he like sets her down, he'll just put his forehead up to hers. You would not believe the actual day I've had today, babe.
Oh, I believe it.
Shot a god in the face. Long and short of it.
Oh, like big G or like little G?
He'll use minor illusion to kind of get a depiction of Normandyr, as well as the various disintegration rays getting blasted in his face.
You see,
Big-
there's a moment.
Most likely Big G.
She sees this before her, and she kind of throws her hands up. Oh man, I miss all the good shit. Look, the next time you fight a big G, you take me with you. You understand?
I don't mean any offense when I say this, but I pray that that's the only thing that we ever, the only god we ever fight.
That's valid. Is that this
And-
moment? No, go ahead.
I also have this to show you. He will, using minor illusion again, he will show a depiction of Marissa Corvin unveiling the modified memory spell. That look of anger, resentment, that just pained expression, as if the one that he was glaring at has not only insulted but hindered his entire ancestry's existence, as he essentially reads Marissa her last rites, and Marissa dissipating into dust.
You play this once, and Ara sees it. And there's not an immediate response, but you see her kind of stiffen up a bit. It plays again. And she sort of straightens up a bit. She starts taking in a couple like deep breaths. And she, on the third one, she kind of raises her hand up and she kind of gives you a firm, like, jab on the shoulder. Not enough to hurt, but kind of like to push your shoulder back a little bit. And she kind of takes another deep breath and she kind of almost wanders back a few feet. And she kind of starts looking around. Then she kind of says, just kind of out loud, not even looking at your mom, do you have anything in here that you don't mind me breaking? Go for the vase. I've got a few in the cabinet over there. Awesome, thank you. And she, just with her bare fist, turns into a bare fist and just down onto one of the vases in the corner. Okay, I'm good. I'm sorry. I just had to get that
Mother,
out.
you were aware of the bear thing, right?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Sorry. I just... Again, I had to just get that out. And you see she kind of... There are a couple scrapes that emerge on her hand as it, returns back to regular flesh and blood. But she... Sorry. Staunches it pretty easily.
I know it wasn't as satisfying as you pulling the trigger itself, but... That was for your father. That was for Beldir and your mother Lydia. I know you would prefer to do it directly. I just couldn't have you just play into their desires anymore. What she wanted with you will remain a mystery. And in a way, I'm happy that you were here safe and sound.
As those last words empty from your lips into the air between you and her, she, in one swift, fluid motion, just comes up to you, grabs you by the collar, and just plants a fat one straight on your face, onto your lips, and just starts just laying into you. After a few moments, your mother, watching this, she looks down at her wrist, where she's not wearing like a watch or anything. She just looks at her wrist, and she slowly just stands up and begins to exit the room. I'll give you both a moment.
I appreciate it, brother.
And as your mother leaves, she pulls back and just her out of breath. Thank you. Thank you for everything. I've always been so fucking independent. I never knew how to look a gift horse in the mouth or recognize that someone so close to me, well, could even be this close to me and this supportive. And fuck, I really love you, Corvin. I really do.
Everything you are, I aim to be. Everything that I want to give you everything. I want to give you everything in the world, the planes themselves. Just want you to feel like that you're not alone in this world, or in the next. And I love you so much. Anytime I see you angry, I just want to fix whatever has upset you. There's just so much. I've never felt like this for anybody else. You have shown me that I can not only love myself, but I can love others as well. That not everyone's going to be out to get me or want something from me outside of my time. You mean more to me than anything else.
There is this truly heartfelt smile that crawls across her face. And she just kind of brushing you off a little bit. There's a little bit of like dust on your shoulder that kind of flutters off of you from what happened to Paradigm. I guess we both have learned something on this journey, huh? About us.
Yes,
about each other.
Yes, don't trust redheads.
No fucking lie. Corvin, you don't have to give me anything or tear open the fabric of reality for me, or I don't know, I'm just throwing out vague metaphors. I just want you to love me. That's it.
Darling, I would do... If that's the bare minimum, I hope to achieve it every single waking moment. Because the maximum, it is reality breaking, and we have about, I don't know, a solid month or so, little hazy on the details, frankly, wasn't paying attention, of nothing but rest and relaxation, and also, I'm showing you around this whole city, and showing you all its nooks and crannies.
About fucking time. I have been sitting here in, I mean, this admittedly very cool, very nice house, but I've been looking out that fucking window, and she'll actually point out to a window in this room, and seeing all the cool shit out there. I saw a horse actively flying, and I don't mean like it had wings. I mean, it was actually running on air. It also had antlers, but not like deer antlers, like almost like tiefling antlers. And that is so fucking cool. Take me out there.
My love, I will show you this world in all of its splendor.
Thank you. Really, truly. Thank you.
Just careful about those who offer food, drink, and very careful with the specific wording on stuff, and then you'll be fine.
Yeah, your mother was telling me about an old lady in a few blocks down who sells pies. That apparently they
Oh,
get
no.
really fucked up dreams. I don't know what that's about.
Oh no, she's out of jail.
I'm sorry, what?
You know what? Let's not worry about it. I'll point her out, and we'll go. I don't know, 5,000 blocks the other way.
Okay. Sure. But, Corvin, you and Ara together, you spend some well-deserved time together. You show her all the very, very cool things within Nivilus. Stuff that you, once upon a time, maybe in your teenage years, things that you maybe at the time had taken for granted. And she just every step of the way is awestruck, almost like a child being like watching a fireworks show. Like there's celebrations in the street. There's incredible food that unlike anything she's seen or tasted before. You point out the creepy old pie lady to her and go your separate ways on that matter. But you just have this absolutely blast of a time together over the course of the next few days. And it is nothing but you and her, no responsibilities or a fucking care in the world. In this moment, it is just you and her. And there is nothing sweeter than this moment, given the last year of fucking turmoil and tribulations that you guys have been through.
There is one last stop that he would like to make, like on this citywide tour.
Absolutely.
Corvin would like to take Aura to the pavilion.
Okay. The pavilion at this time is in prep phase for a show later in the evening, something to commemorate the songbird, but in this moment it's just working staff at the moment.
You have no idea the amount of links, the amount of backstabbing, nor the amount of people who would literally kill people to even be on the stage performing before the entire city.
Yeah, it seems rather illustrious.
If I remember correctly, Nicholas has had an oh my god, my words. Nicholas actually had a hand of building all of this.
Really? The gnome?
Yes. I mean, he was an adventurer before all of this.
Yeah, just kind of curious as to that story now, but I suppose that's something for later. Why are we here?
Do you see all of the preparation that they're making for Drilla's, I guess, coronation ceremony?
Yeah, I sure do.
This amphitheater is going to be filled to the brim with Fae from across the Feywild to welcome and ultimately probably, resent the fact that they have a new archfey of the city. Doing so requires a bit of celebration.
Eat the rich, I suppose.
Yes, something like that. But the main event, this all-encompassing performance, can only be given to those who are not only worthy of the spot, but those who are recognized as some of the finest musicians and performers in the entire Feywild.
Uh-huh.
Guess who has, and he'll actually produce the letter. Guess who was given the main event?
She was a little confused, a little curious, a tad bit afraid as to whatever you were about to say. But as soon as you present this letter and you say these words, she immediately gets into this almost like flurry of almost like schoolgirl like joy. Just laughs and she embraces you. She laughs. Corbin, that's wonderful. I presume this is something you've been aiming to achieve for a long, long time.
This was the opportunity that I was robbed of. When I came to the Primateria plane, the night before, I was supposed to play this stage. Right before everything went... I want to say went to hell, but honestly... And he'll just kind of like grab her hand and kind of squeeze it. Turned out to be one of the better mishaps that have ever happened to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal. I guess saving the world's a close second, though. She smiles at you, smirking a little bit.
He'll just kind of grab her nose and just kind of like, you know, like
She
mostly just messing with her.
Get scrunkled, idiot.
This is my opportunity. This is my chance. This is my proof of... This will be proof that I am worthy of not only the spot, but also all the praise that people have been giving me. I never say it enough because look at where I grew up. There are so many times where I just look at myself and go, am I worth it? The invitation itself is only proof of that. And I aim to blow everyone's fucking minds once that night comes.
She smiles. She takes your hands. She kind of shakes them a little bit. You are probably the most incredible man I've ever met in my life. Definitely the most interesting. And so, with respect, do not be offended when I tell you that your worth is not determined by others, but is determined by you.
It took me a while to understand that. It really did. And I have you and the rest of Exalia Regalia to thank. Despite the constant jeers and undermining, it was familiar in a way. It made me feel closer to home, being surrounded by, well, overall like-minded individuals.
I'm proud of
I
you.
cannot thank them nor you enough.
I'm just on that hot girl shit, as she kind of flicks her hair back playfully. I'm a bit of a role model, what can I say?
Oh, don't worry, our kids are going to look up to you more so than me, mostly, probably, as he just kind of like walks off.
I'm sorry, was that plural?
He says nothing and continues walking.
Corvin! Hey! As the two of you leave this place, Corvin, you do the most sensible thing next. You both do the most sensible thing, and next, you both go fucking shopping, and you get, like, a belle of the ball, like, banger-ass dress for your banger-ass +1 to accompany you to this event. Corvin, you blow them out of the fucking water. It is a performance filled... Well, honestly, the only way I can really describe it, it's everything you had dreamed of up until that point. It is, and in this moment, sharing this experience with someone that you love so dearly, it makes it all the sweeter. But regardless, you showed those motherfuckers, and all I'm saying is that this is going to be the talk of the town for about the next century. At minimum. Minimum.
I mean, that's like, what, 10 years for elves? Or most fae?
Yeah. And then your next one's going to happen, and people are going to be talking about that. And then it's going to become a routine. Where people are going to be like, you guys remember when, like, Corvin concert, like, number 3? When Corvin Symphony number 3?
Yeah. Like, towards the end of the performance, he'll just kind of, like, put his arms up and just kind of bask in the adulation. I assume, like, the entire group would be there, and just... Because, like, I felt like Flit in general would be, like, a little hesitant.
Corefest 2025. Yes, the group would be there to support you in this endeavor. And kind of like to the rest of you, kind of as I was saying, this performance blows everyone out of the fucking water. It's unlike any sort of spectacle you've ever seen before. To a few of you, it's almost a bit overwhelming because you're just like, oh, Jesus Christ, this is what the Fae do? You earned your spot here. Just like you earned it previously when you have put in so much work to get to this place, to get to this amphitheater, the pavilion, all before a tragic accident happened. But one that, considering everything that followed, the people you met, the love you now have for Captain Arathorn, and just everything, you're thankful for it. And it really shows how fucking crazy just one simple event can completely change the course of a person's life.
You'll definitely take it to heart, let it just kind of consume him, and just realize what he has and who he has in his life, and probably for the first time in his life, just feel grateful, feeling the gratitude for everybody and what, like, and not just what they are, but who they are.
Okay. Joe? Corvin? Is there anything else in the coming days that you would like to achieve for now? Or am I good to move on to our last person?
I talked way too damn much. Please go ahead.
Now's the time for it, my guy. All right.
Like, legitimately speaking, I'm just a tad bit emotional, especially after the scene with Corbin's dad. So I'm good to just kind of chill out.
Okay. Then with that, fuck. Of course we were gonna make this scene last. Hey, Flit.
Hi.
The next couple days are spent with those close to you, helping who you can, until about 4 days after the events of what happened in Paradigm. You awaken to find Toshi mimicking your form again, sitting on the balcony. I'm ready.
Truly?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. They seem a bit hesitant, but heartfelt. Toshi is ready.
Flit looks on over to Toshi. I'm not sure I am. She just takes a deep inhale. She looks like she's about to say something, but the words get caught in her throat. And instead, she takes Toshi by the hand, takes him out to the garden of Dragon's Reach, uses a tree in there to pass into the tree at her old village. The one atop the hill that overlooks what remains of it.
Who, aside from you and Toshi, if anyone, is accompanying you during this event, scene, whatever you may call it?
Flit, as promised, will bring Reno along. As long as Toshi allows, of course, but
Yeah, of course. Toshi
If
would
anyone-
allow anyone to come.
if anyone else is willing to come of the party, they may. But
Would any members of the party like to attend this event that is about to occur? Okay.
Me?
Oh.
Ye.
Ye? Ye? I got 2 yees. So I've got Rovan and Kore. Would Lily and Corvin attend this as well?
Lily wouldn't want to feel like she's imposing.
you literally have an invitation.
You literally have an invitation. Toshi was your friend too.
Then yes, Lily would like to.
Diana will be there as well. Would Corvin attend, Joe?
Most likely if there is a moment between his shenanigans.
Of course. All of you, alright, stand in attendance for this event, this, I guess you could call it a passing of the torch that is about to occur. Flit, Toshi mimics your form once more, but instead of that typical red and blue of the scales that you share, Toshi emerges in your form as this pure white, not quite like what's going on with your face and your hand, but purely white scaled. I've always wondered what exactly my truest self would look like. I've always mimicked others. I've always taken the form of those close to me. But always deep down, I've wondered what I myself, Toshi, what I looked like. Well, I guess this is the closest thing I can think of. I've never really had my own look before, Toshi says, kind of shrugging in this white-scaled lizard folk. I'm thankful.
It's good on you.
Thank you. I'm thankful for all of you, for the good times and the bad. I'm thankful for this journey of self-discovery. I'm thankful for, I guess, just being me. Toshi kind of looking off down to the valley that hosts your village, Flit. Kind of takes a bit of a deep breath. I would love to stick around. Really would. To maybe even be my own person and find out what I can do. But unfortunately for me, if I stay, the others can't. And that doesn't sit right with me. Toshi is going to turn to you, Flip, and is going to approach you, taking your hands.
Her white claw, top of his. Her red no longer imparting red scales onto him. She's holding back tears. She goes, "That's because you're a wonderful person. My friend. Person who was there for me. The most wonderful people I've met. I will miss you dearly."
Thank you for being my friend. My closest and truest friend.
I wouldn't have had it any other way. I don't know what to say. I don't know if I can say anything.
Toshi smiles a little bit. That's okay. Because I do. And Toshi is going to pull you into a close embrace. And as what feels like hours and hours and hours of just in each other's grasp, in each other's embrace, Toshi eventually breaks it, and with this long slithering tongue limes you on the nose with a bit of a flick.
Lit lets out a giggle amidst the tears, and she looks back. She slaps him on the nose one last time.
Toshi turns back, still holding your hand, looking down into the valley again. Ever since we learned the truth, well, I guess to start, I've always had this sort of, well, I've called it a spark, or maybe an inkling, but what it is, that doesn't really matter. The truth is that I think I've always known what I am, what I was meant to be. It wasn't until we learned the truth that I really began to feel this connection to my people, our people, your people. It's confusing. But it's like I now can reach out and I can touch it, this spark or inkling or I don't know. It's like I've just gotta pop the bubble.
Wait. Before you reach out, I want you to know you may cease to be Toshi. You may become my village, my tribe once more. I don't know where you will go. I don't know if you will leave to somewhere I can't follow. I don't know if you will be in each and every one of them as they return. But I do know one thing. You will always be here. And she's going to grab Toshi's arm and put it to her chest. And you will never leave. So go on. Pop the bubble. Move on. And know that even if you sleep for endless ages, the life that you give up, doing so, I will live for both of us.
Toshi will smile at you and will take your head in his hands and rest your foreheads together. Remember me fondly, my friend. Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Toshi is going to take a moment and is going to finally let go of your hand and is going to take a deep breath. It's going to turn to the rest of your group. Thank you, all of you. You all have been wonderful and kind, and I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to miss you all so much. But I have to go. I have to go. So they can live. Thank you all of you, for everything you've taught me. Toshi kind of shrugs in that moment. Toshi looks like they go to say one more thing, but amongst the tears and emotions cannot really compile anything else to say. Toshi turns back once more, looking to the horizon. Thank you all. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Gives you all this cheerful, loving wave before taking off and running and taking this running jump before his form turns from that pure white flit form and cascades forward in this wondrous, feathery, almost resembling that of a phoenix, but almost basking in pure white radiant light. And as this bird, this phoenix-like creature flies forward, in its wake there is a trail of beautiful white motes that descend down into the valley. And as these motes, as this trail almost leaks off of this bird figure, the visage of this bird, of this lizard, of this friend that is Toshi, its whole form dissipates into this small snowflake-like flurry of pure white motes that descend into the valley. And as you guys from atop this point look down into the valley, you see, just as these white motes hit the ground, dozens and dozens, maybe even hundreds of them, as they all reach ground level, they begin to grow and expand to these bright silhouettes of light. And from this point way atop this hill, you see the forms of scales and claws and tails of lizard folk who once were, as they begin to reemerge one by one. As this gentle flurry of light descends down into the valley, Reno comes up to you, Flit, and puts his hand on your shoulder. He did good. He did really good.
Of course he did. Could he do anything else? She turns and buries her face in Reno's chest.
He will embrace you. You're overcome in emotions, Flit. It's hard to welcome back the return of your people while having to think about the sacrifice that was your nearest, dearest friend. A bit of time will pass. Go ahead.
Can you give me 1 second? Buff game?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't bring enough tissues. I'm not kidding. Just one moment.
Hey gang, how we feeling?
All kinds of hurt and crying.
I broke.
Literally needed a moment with my wife just after Corvin's stuff was like done.
Shit.
I would just like to point out Zai related this to Titus, and it made it much, much worse.
looks up without a
returned-
goofy laugh.
I've returned to be emotionally vulnerable.
Hey, buddy. Continuing on. As a bit of time goes by, a time to mourn, a time for grievance. Eventually, Flit, you muster up the courage to go down there into your village. And as you do, you see a lot of confused faces, but many of them holding hints of recognition. Even more so when many of them turn and they see you and they face you. They realize who you are. And it's such an odd feeling because you don't know any of these people. But you know them as your people. But they know you. And it would occur to you hours, days, maybe years after this moment, as you join your people once more, these people who have been lost to you for so very long. They are not just your people. There's a little piece of Toshi in every single one of them. The part of Toshi that refuses to let you go. The part of Toshi that will always, even though he's gone, will always remember you and everything you did for him. It's a bit tense meeting your parents again. You know that your father very reluctantly had to offer you to Cor Ladora for the sake of their village. Something that he didn't take kind to. Your mother especially did not take kind to. But it is in this moment that you finally see them. Your mother and your father. Your mother, this beautifully blue-scaled lizard folk. Your father, cascading red. They both, seemingly recognizing you without even a single word, both rush over to meet you, to greet you.
Flit over is still raw. But as they rush on over, she does her best. Push down, hide the sorrow, and as they approach, sorrow mingles within her. Emotions collide. She can't hold it very well, but the sorrow that she felt on Toshi's passing becomes tempered with joy. Seeing her parents for the first time, maybe not the connection one might have with their own parents. That bond never goes away. She can feel it now as they approach. Hi.
Your mother erupts in a series of emotions. Litara. She puts her hands up to her face. Oh, my baby girl! As she runs up to you and she just takes hold of you. And your father, a bit hesitant, comes over to you. I am so sorry. My dear girl. I am so sorry. We know everything that you've been through. We have all, our people, we have all seen it through the eyes of the little one whose body we were harbored in. We know everything, and I am so sorry that I cast that fate upon you.
Fate. It's a funny word, right? We even went back to see fate. But fate, it brought us back. It brought us here. We fought to get back to this point. No, not by my lonesome. With all of you, with everyone. Especially with you. To, her mother and father.
Flit, my friend, you would come to, in this moment, you would come to learn your mother's and father's true names. Your father, his real name being To, and your mother's name being She.
Thank you, but
I hate you so much.
I
Bastard.
can't vocalize this right now. I'm around other people.
Been holding on to that one for a fucking long time.
To and She. So that's where the name came from. As Flit is enveloped by her parents for the first time, I promise we have lifetimes to make up for, to catch up on. I look forward to getting to know you.
Flit, after an eternity of isolation, of being away from your people, your family, finally, at the expense of a friend you will never, ever forget, you are finally reunited. CJ, my friend, do you have anything else for us?
No, I don't.
Okay. I think in this moment we're all feeling a little raw. I think before we finish up, and there's still a bit of a doozy left, there's still a little bit left. I think we all should take a very, 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 very quick 2-minute break. How's that sound for everyone?
Only if you play elevator music.
I will play elevator music for y'all.
Yay!
I love
Okay.
how excited everyone gets for the elevator music.
Yes.
It's so cool.
I need something to take me away from the sadness.
We're gonna be back here in just a moment, my friends. Everyone is going to just pee and restock their water real quick. 2 minutes, that's all we're doing. We'll be right back. It wasn't long before the news of the assault of Paradigm spread like wildfire. Many of us were still reeling from the effects of the fighting. The fact of the matter was clear. In our efforts to stop the end of the world, we had broken the Treaty of Zandaria. While many were thankful, just as many demanded answers. More importantly, they demanded justice. Cedric, of course, as he does, offered himself up to the other kingdoms. A grand assembly was held, one that would come to be known as the Godworm Conclave. There, Cedric came clean about everything that had occurred over the last year, the machinations of the Hellfire Assembly, and why his actions in stopping the Hellfire Assembly were justified. With the entirety of the realm waiting with bated breath, this news was hard to deliver. Every one of us provided testimony, of course. We were not about to let Cedric take the fall for everything that had happened. This was a group effort, after all. As the trial went on, more victims of the Hellfire Assembly's actions continued to speak up. With every word spoken, we rallied support, as well as enemies. The Godworm Conclave continued with tense discussion and deliberation for the better part of the summer season. While we were, in a soft term, detained during the events of the Godworm Conclave, the rest of the realm began a witch hunt. We had handed over every bit of information we had, and with it, the remnants of the Hellfire Assembly were rooted out and dealt with. And with it, more voices rallied to our cause. More testimonies of the Hellfire Assembly's machinations built our case. Finally, on the 27th day of the month of Highfire, a consensus was reached. In the end, Cedric's service to the realm, as well as to the crown, was noted by this assembly of world leaders. However, the fact of the matter was clear. Cedric had broken international law by attacking Paradigm, the only known major governmental body within Zandaria. This premeditated action was seen as an act of war, one that broke the Treaty of Zandaria. The singular action could be cause for another international war to break out. Nobody wanted that. Thus, a choice was given. Cedric was to voluntarily surrender the crown or risk warfare with the other kingdoms. With Austerio still reeling from the effects of the War of the Shattered Sun and the war with the Hellfire Assembly, there was hardly a choice to make. Cedric proudly and gracefully gave up his position as King of the Iron Dominion, a decision that would set forth an unexpected series of events. As we would come to learn, most would rally behind Cedric and his actions to defend the realm. In their eyes, he was now a martyr, giving himself for the greater good. One by one, more and more territories would splinter off from the greater nations. New kingdoms and governments sprouted like wildfire, even within Zandaria, which began to flourish with the fall of the Hellfire Assembly. This outcome resulted in a golden age for many, and an age of tense conflict for others. Thus, the Sixth Age was written, the Age of Liberty. Exilia Regalia and many of our allies would be granted commendations for our service as independent citizens of the realm, as they would put it. Though I feel that it could have been any of us in Cedric's place had he not taken responsibility. It's not outside the realm of possibility that the Assembly simply wanted someone to punish, to appease those demanding justice, but that's mere speculation. As for Cedric, his grace and care in this matter would be met with some leniency. Since he had given up the crown voluntarily, he was not to be arrested, nor was he to be hunted down by any official parties of any ruling government. Even more so, Cedric would be granted the opportunity to endorse a potential successor to the throne. Cedric, knowing the tragic lineage of the Dragonreach throne, endorsed a new path. A new ruling body within the Iron Dominion, one where political power was determined by the people and their representatives. Asterios' first democratic republic. The Assembly agreed to these terms, thus, the new Democratic Republic of Dragon's Reach was formed. Cedric would be barred from being elected into this new governmental body, to which Cedric vowed to the Conclave that he would forever remain estranged from any future political ventures. He would state that he was, to quote him directly, too tired to govern anymore. With Cedric's departure from the throne, many of the other members of the Sixth, the original ruling body of Asterios, would follow in his footsteps, passing their thrones and respective positions onto worthy successors. The one exception being Vlak, formerly known as the Fiercelands. The new triumvirate was a promising new step that would serve as an inspiration for the rest of Asterios to follow. Of course, Cedric was not the only sole individual who needed to be addressed. Enter Nexus. Many were wary of Nexus's connection to the Godworms, given what happened with Prime. Some suspected that he would be susceptible to the same corruption, or direct influence, should Normandyr somehow return from the Beyond. However, the fact that that dear boy put himself in harm's way to end the horrors that Prime and Normandyr sought to create resounded amongst the people and the Conclave. And with his royal blood, Nexus was offered a seat within the new Democratic Republic. He would be offered mentorship and a representative who would speak on his behalf until he would become of age to hold the seat on his own. To this offer, Nexus did something completely unexpected. Nexus graciously declined the offer. Nexus had done a lot of solitary thinking following the events of the assault on Paradigm, and there, in that moment, he had summarized his thoughts beautifully, in a way that only he could. All his life, Nexus had his path carved and crafted and determined for him as a future king of Asterios, as a vessel for an ancient draconic godling. He had never needed to think about what he wanted because it had all been laid out for him. Now, he had been freed of his duty to the crown. This was a fresh opportunity for him to start new, to forge his own path and be something he had never thought about being before. His own person. He had found his own true freedom. We have never been more proud of him. Following the conclusion of the conclave, we asked Nexus what he wanted. His response was simple and heartfelt. to be with my family. The next few days were spent with a lot of goodbyes and even more tears. The members of Exilia Regalia, well, they departed. All of us with new paths to follow, paths that we would carve for ourselves. But our stories would hardly come to an end as we continued to write new chapters each and every day. Father Augustus Krint, following his show of leadership during the War of the Shattered Sun, took a leadership position within the Echodea with his return to Dragon's Reach. He would eventually become High Priest following the voluntary vacation of the position by Diana LeBlanc. Dore Ortagan and the Iron Horde, as well as Davrick Grey and the Grey Legion, the Iron Horde and the Grey Legion would continue their unspoken Cold War until tensions came to a boil. Came to a boiling point 5 years after the fall of the Hellfire Assembly. The resulting conflict would end in the death of both Dore Ortagan and Davrick Grey, as the two would deal fatal blows to one another. Both organizations, wishing to avoid future conflict, relocated to different locales. The Iron Horde now works primarily out of the Empirical Ventress, while the Grey Legion resides within the northern part of Devlar. Rugar's business boomed following the end of the Hellfire Assembly. Her efforts in helping prepare Exilia Regalia for their war against the cult echoed amongst the ranks of adventurers new and old. She still, on occasion, recruits Rovan to complete menial housework so that she can make deadlines. Artia Tavor would marry into the Chronica family. Scandal would arise as Aegis Chronica would make one last attempt to woo Hellenistus Ionis. The ensuing duel would result in the death at the hands of Hellenistus' husband, Antony. Artia Tavor, now a widow, would carry a tainted title, one that she would expunge her husband's riches to amend. In a surprise twist of fate, the one remaining arbiter working under Lucian Silverback would testify against the cult and its actions. For their cooperation, this arbiter would be granted an official pardon under parole, wishing to keep her young son, Magnus, safe. Tempest Zephyrvale would prove a useful ally in rooting out the few remains of the cults in the following years. Following a harrowing experience at the hands of the Hellfire Assembly, Lorius Silverleaf would suffer a bit of a crisis following his rebirth and rescue. He would slowly begin to integrate himself back into society before lending his blade once more to Tyrannos, god of dragons, under the banner of the Iron Covenant. Hugh Vanderbilt's years would be filled with blackmail at the hands of one Captain Ara Thorne. This business arrangement would provide Ara's crew with a steady income for years to come. Modmug Greenthumb would return back to his work within the Dragon's Reach Castle Gardens, continuing his role as gardener for many years to come. Gumtree would continue his work in his little shop for a few more years before suddenly vanishing one day. Rumors of a warforged druid riding a white line into the ocean would become something of a child's tale. It would take a couple of years to find Robert again, but his cooperation would ultimately become a major asset to the research on lycanthropy. This research would result in the alleviation of his condition, allowing him to live a life of greater normalcy. Click-Clack would continue to live a peaceful life, showing off his unique ability for two travelers looking to lose a gold or two. Corladora's whereabouts remain unknown. Attempts to find her through magical means have not yet yielded results. Perhaps it is for the best. Hopefully she finds the peace she desperately seeks. Rysidius, seeking a greater potential in himself following his incursion of Paradigm, would get involved in politics. Not in the traditional sense, of course. Ruthless politicians and crooked nobles would often dread the day a black envelope, often filled with something incriminating, would arrive from the Viper of Baikonur. Ilana Shaw would become a pillar of goodwill within Dawnfeld. She would eventually retire from the Dawson Jade Memorial Orphanage and achieve more quantitative good within the mayoral seat of Dawnfeld. She would remain kind and strong, with her son and biggest fan, Wesley Shaw, at her side. Dr. Carter Weaver's health would take a turn for the worse following the assault from Alterum. He would pass roughly 6 months following the assault on Paradigm. But the knowledge he would leave behind would revolutionize the concept of modern medicine. The Face-Off family, finally reunited following the War of the Shattered Sun, would continue to run their small flower shop within Dragon's Reach. Akanos and Rudinia would eventually enroll Valeria in a school for magically gifted children when she began to show promise. Valeria would also keep a close friendship with Nexus as they would enter their teenage years together. They are adorable. Nobody really noticed Chip's disappearance amongst the chaotic adventures, but Chip did return back to the Underdark to share his findings of the surface with his tribe. His invasion of the surface realm would continue to creep ever closer. Theoden Kyrenia would gain something of a sustainable reputation within the city of Haven following the events with Orcathion. Hating the attention and praise, he would venture northward, ready to test himself with a new hunt. Following Exilia Regalia's excursion to Artesia, Fang Bloodclaw would form a new connection with the people of Bergheim. He would become more than a protector. He would become a friend and citizen of Bergheim. Kura did her best to make him comfortable, though Fang, having been alone for so long, would struggle to integrate himself within the populace. Kura and Fang would become close friends and would share leadership of Bergheim. Their synergy would become instrumental in Year 5 Liberty when Bergheim's trade and population boomed. With a helping hand from Ravan Sionis, Bergheim would begin to expand and become a populace most closely representing that of a capital within Artesia. Vlok, formerly known as the Fierce Lands, flourished following the War of the Shattered Sun. With Zorn and the new Triumvirate guiding the way forward, the Orc clans and the Daidojin finally found comfort amongst the rest of the populace. Trade boomed and ecology blossomed with Vlok's crown jewel of Zorn sitting in the middle. Cage Stoneheart, originally reluctant to take charge, was a natural-born leader and became known as one of the finest figureheads in Zorn's extensive history. He loved and fought for his people and would be seen with massive amounts of approval from the populace. His closest friends and advisors, Brisk and Gashk. If I can find Gashk. And Gashk would be there to keep him level-headed in the trials that would surely come. Zarek Worldfang's war against his brother Skull would bestow a brilliant reputation as a survivor of the clans. Unlike his brother, Zarek spoke softly and offered unity and fellowship for those that survived the war within the Fierce Lands. The majority of the remaining clans would willingly wave the banner of Clan Shattered Sun, though some would keep to themselves, craving solitude and isolation following the tragic events of the war, a sentiment that Zarek would respect and abide by. With the threat bestowed by Skull quelled, Yaros, world shaman of the Daidojin, would lay the path forward for the Daidojin as a whole. The Daidojin, being isolated for so long, were hesitant to work with the rest of Vlok. But Yaros' calming voice and careful guiding hand would ease this tension and fear. The Daidojin flourished. Some would even choose to leave the clan to explore what else the world have to offer. The efforts of Yaros and the Daidojin would result in a resurrection of the Minotaur population in the coming years. The Orion Club would remain Dragon Reach's finest home of The Orion Club would remain Dragon Reach's finest home for depravity. Eventually, Flint Orion would vacate his position as head of the Orion Club to take a seat within the new Democratic Republic. He would pass the torch to Bruno Katake, the club's longest-standing servant. Haven's relationship with the Bearish Tech would result in significant success and expansion of the Oasis City as a whole. Many of the warriors within the Bearish Tech would willingly joined the Dune Striders, turning the already extremely efficient fighting force into a power unlike Haven had ever seen before. The members of the party that assisted Rehwakore with the bearish tech would go their own way, becoming massive successes in their own respective fields. No one is quite sure what happened to Agni, however, who seemingly just vanished one day. But the members of this party would occasionally awaken to silver spoons at their bedsides. Several members of the Lunar Choir would depart their seats following the events with Orcathion. Sadon Cloudfang would be one of the first to be succeeded by a promising Tabaxi votary by the name of Clover. Ulrich de Mowbray would pass his seat to his understudy, an Earth Genasi named Dust. Eno left Haven after the events with Exilia Regalia and Orcathion. Penance, he would call it. He would be succeeded by Rehwakore's father, Pike. Jem Kulolu and Dune Orintath would firmly hold their positions within the choir. Their newfound resolution would help carve the way for Haven's golden age. Bresh Starburn would be seen as a hero amongst his people. This new union between the Barishtek and Haven allowed the Barishtek to grow and prosper in a manner previously unseen. Kila Surao would become a fine voice of reason within the choir. Kila would also come to mourn his father, who would pass 2 summers after the conclusion of the Godwarden Conclave. This loss would drive him to be a true voice of the people within Haven, an effort that would be well received by his people and peers. Taneri Waterskip and Ludric Frost would marry in the coming years. Taneri would become one of Haven's finest scholars and experts on the arcane, even greater than her mentor, Nethesis. Meanwhile, Ludric's kind heart and gentle hand would lead both Haven and the Animus Sanctum into a higher level of union. Pike would become an unexpectedly popular leader within Haven. Even more surprising, he was a good one. His open-hearted nature rejuvenated the Dune Striders, a driving force as they continued to grow. Meanwhile, Kana would continue to turn Maui into a wonderful little scholar and proficient mage. The Animus Sanctum stood strong after the events of the assault on Paradigm. With few casualties, they were able to resume their normal duties as watchers of the astral plane almost immediately. Ein and Torin would take full leadership of the Animus Sanctum in the years that followed. Their rivalry would actually be seen as a point of inspiration for many amongst their fold. Grandmaster Orda, approximately 6 years after the fall of the Hellfire Assembly, would retire. He bid his students one final goodbye before venturing into the astral plane. He has yet to emerge from the astral plane, but the Sanctum keeps a keen eye out for his return. Marrow would continue a calm life of playing for taverns amongst the countryside. Eventually, they would take it to a full-time career of penmanship under the pen name Valak Wayron. They would release their magnum opus in the winter of Year 6 Liberty of Kings and Queens, a novel that would vividly describe the conception of a prince. Cedric has yet to forgive them. Aldrich Estes, as well as the Chroma Guard, would split following the Assault of Paradigm. Aldrich would seek honorable discharge following shortly after the conclusion of the Godworm Conclave. He would provide guidance under the banner of the Iron Covenant for about a year before his unexpected passing in his sleep in the autumn of Year 3 Liberty. In his final letter, he thanked those he served with and those he was closest with. He also mentioned that he was returning home. To this day, it is still unknown what home he was returning to, as well as how exactly he passed. Aldrich Estes would be commemorated amongst those within the Covenant. Faustius Valier would try to reconnect with his adoptive father, Amadeus. Before Amadeus' sentencing to death in the autumn of Year 1 Liberty. This sentencing would be one of the first official decrees following the formation of the new Democratic Republic of Dragon's Reach. Faustius would continue to serve loyally in an attempt to mend the reputation his adoptive father had tarnished. Faustius would eventually be named High General in the distant years. Hildegard Duskstone would be discharged and returned to her duties within the Nine Ravens. The Nine Ravens would be reborn as Irithyll's Ravens in the coming years, a guild of assassins that now expanded past the initial 9 members. Hildegard would find pleasure in testing the new recruits in often embarrassing ways. Jericho Zeresh, having spent many years running from his past, would return back to Inira with his father. Reintegrating himself within his family and the city itself would be rough for him at first. But after much therapy with his family, his relationship with his father would start to heal properly. Jericho would be reinstated within the Iniran military again, acting as a training instructor to bring up the next generation of officers. He would even find love, starting up his own little clutch of dragonborn spawn. Years later, after his father passed, Jericho would pass the title of family head to his brother, before hanging up Harbinger with a smile on his face. Fangs would continue to serve with the Daughters of Cardera, acting as a prominent figurehead and influence in its continuation. She would also become a frequent visitor of Zorn, a prospect that would result in Prince Stoneheart attending many formal meetings covered in claw marks and bites. Fangs would feign ignorance into how the prince would acquire so many wounds, though Cage never seemed to mind. I can't imagine why. Lucina Torrena would continue a career of mischief and thievery. These Kind donations of gems and gold from Dragon Reach's noble populace would help the Twilight District thrive into a sprawling section of the city. Lucina would often find comfort within Havana Hall, waiting for news of her newest mark. Alice Bloodwing would leave the Emerald Expanse to pursue a career in medicine. Dr. Weaver's research would help Alice lay the groundwork for the creation of natural cures for conditions like void fever and meridium sickness. Alice would leave New Eden in the care of one of her closest advisors, Milak Averin. Arxis Ashfell would continue to live his dream as sole proprietor of the Third Wish, which would see a surge of new clientele following an endorsement from Exilia Regalia. He would remain as charming and beautiful as ever, and would oftentimes invite his favorite clients over for a chat over tea, where he would hear the stories of their new prospects and adventures, all the while sharing his most precious wares with them. At a fair price, of course. Navilis would enter a new age of prosperity under the leadership of the songbird, Druilla Ashinari. Whispers within the velvet halls would tell of a mysterious wanderer who seemed to frequent Lady Ashinari's private company. Rumors of this particular suitor spread like wildfire after a half-naked, half-elven man was spotted leaving the Songbird's bedchambers by one of the palace servants. Adam Acosta's scholarly prospects would lead to the development of a more open-access network of teleportation circles. This fast travel network is currently still in development, but is showing great promise. Rumors on the wind allude to Exilia Regalia having private access to this network, coming and going from faraway places in mere moments. Whether or not this is a private venture or merely a testing process of the network remains to be seen. Skritlix and Phylete would serve under the tutelage of Arxis Ashfell for a few years. After Phylete started to show promise in druidic magic, the two would seek out Flit for further tutelage and guidance. The two of them would be welcomed into Flit's clan with open arms before eventually taking to the road once Phylete had gotten a bit older. The two would receive frequent check-ins and visits from a certain red and blue lizardfolk druid in their travels. Rosebriar, finally free of the terror known as Oz, would finally be granted the ability to settle in peace. She would eventually start working with Alder Neffin within the Timberwood Cafe before the two would marry in the spring of Year 7 Liberty. Corvo Blackwell would continue his work as a man of the people, devoting himself to helping the little guy, as he would put it. His frequent rendezvous with Toriel Lingard would extend into that of a long-form relationship. He still has a tendency to get in over his head. Kieran Carlisle would take her experiences and knowledge acquired alongside Exilia Regalia and develop a new organization known as the Seekers, an organization devoted to uncovering ancient truths and unraveling the realm's most convoluted mysteries. This organization would quickly pick up quite a well-respected reputation for their hard work with the arcane. Captain Arathorn still takes to the sea from time to time, but the crew of the Cruel Lady would carry on without her, as Ara would drop anchor permanently, devoting herself to what little family she had. She would come to learn much about elven culture and the Feywild from Corvin and Druilla. She now lives a comfortable life of extorting the odd noble and occasional bar fight, which she will learn are much more chaotic within the Feywild. Asha Vandara would become head of research and development within the Iron Covenant. The threat of the Orient was still out there. With a new drive, she returned to her work to develop a means to stop the Orient. This time, she had more constructive voices guiding her on this path that had been opened to her. With the Sionis family finally fully reunited, Genevan and Aegis Sionis did the only reasonable thing following their reunion. They kicked their children out. They sold their house, and they moved to a quiet home on the beach. A quiet life. Typhus and Hellenesta would remain within Aramor, working closely with the Silverstone family for years to come. Typhus would remain unmarried, but Hellenesta and Antony would remain happily married, giving birth to 3 beautiful daughters named Penelope, Athena, and Circe. The years would pass before Aegis and Rovan would meet for one final encounter. Cassius Cormac would establish help centers across the realm for victims of the Hellfire Assembly in the War of the Shattered Sun, providing those affected a new opportunity to get help and get back up on their feet. His husband, Mirdan Armaris, would take Cassius's role as Duke of Evergreen, proving once and for all that gay does not bad here.
Fucking hate you!
One last one. We had to get one last one in there.
Deserved.
Deserved.
Damn it.
It's okay. There's a learning curve to all this anyway.
Shut the fuck up. I can't wait to see what we hate doing campaign 2.
Nicholas Phineas Manuel Lucard Longbottom IV would revolutionize the world with a new form of public transportation in the years that followed. A railroad network, allowing for long-distance travel. Individuals can now make trips spanning weeks into days, from days into hours. While this network is currently most prevalent within Flambour, Nicholas looks to bring this project to consenting nations in the following years. Canthmore, having left Onyx Vale in the capable hands of his advisor, Sindri. Sintry, not Sindri, we'll get to Sindri. Sintry stands beside Nicholas, ever loyal, ready to accept the torch should the need arise. Sindri Tayloft would get to work after the events within Paradigm, working closely with Cassius Cormac to establish help centers for the victims of the war that hit so close to home for many. He would eventually come to unravel the secrets of Nova Powder, finding safer ways for it to be used for commercial use. Last we heard, he had returned to the Underdark with a small army of Arc-Suit Warforged. He has yet to emerge, but rumors of an Iron Slayer have crossed our desks more than once. Sindri continues to take the fight to the Orient and seemingly will until it is done. He's left us schematics for his Arc-Suit Mark IV, with wishes to make the Arc-Suit more widely available for those in need. Discussions regarding the implication of his ARC program are tense, to say the least. Reno would continue his work as crypto-exoticist, a career that I am still convinced he made up. Whispers on the Wind would carry reports of a purple tiefling in even the farthest parts of the realm. Reno now works closely with the Seekers, likely shepherding them to take over his work in the distant future. The Wolfstalker, Sarah Jade, would return back to Dawnfeld. There, she would rebuild her cabin and help her aunt in the years to come. To this day, she could be found living a quiet life with her closest friend, the wolf companion that came to her aid all those years ago. Ariana Silverstone would return to her spot as head of the Silverstone family. Her return was certainly unexpected by the people of Aramor, but was in no way unwelcome. Ariana was still seen as the last bastion against Normandyr during the Xandarian War and was remembered as a hero. She and Garrett Thornhill slowly begun to reignite their previous relationship, though Garrett is struggling with the prospect of existing around other people once again, especially in his older years. But the two are happy and are trying to make things work. Aurelia Ashburn, or Aurelia Aragon, would be remembered under a new light within the city of Dragon's Reach. A statue would be erected in her memory to serve as a point of inspiration to those fighting their inner darkness. Toshi would be remembered fondly following the resurrection of Flit's clan. The skink would become a symbol of worship within the confines of Clan Flitara. The clan would slowly begin to expand, but primarily keep to themselves, always lending a helping hand to weary travelers that stumbled across the village. For our next one, we have a guest. My friends, may I pass the torch for this next epilogue to one LeJake.
Shin!
Jake.
Inaroo!
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
Hey, I wanted to be known. When I was going over epilogues and stuff, I asked Jake, I said, hey, would you be willing to write me an epilogue for Amos? And he said yes. And where everyone else gave me like a few paragraphs or some notes for me to expand on, this motherfucker right here sent me a 4-minute audio file.
And like what? I'm looking at it here. 5 paragraphs. 5 paragraphs.
My friend,
I
take it
suddenly
away.
feel a lot better.
My friend, take it away. Tell us what becomes of our friend Amos.
What would become of Amos Mudwing? The wake of Normandyr's defeat would bring much change to the world of Vanir, as indicated before. Good and ill. Amos had prepared for eventualities of the latter, but the former found him quite often as a pleasant surprise. The Aquiline Kenku would find himself at first on the front lines of the recovery effort, repairing the damage done by the Hellfire Assembly in Paradigm, and then hunting its last vestiges abroad. Amos's eye for hunting down and neutralizing users of miracle, pact magic, sorcery, and wizardry alike would be invaluable and well owed to his allies, both former and future. But even that chapter came to a close in Amos's life. No longer were he and Lord Falweather lone spearheads in a struggle against the forces of evil in Vanir. The years beyond would see Amos come to the aid of a new order. He would help set up the investigative arm of Diana's Iron Covenant, and help establish a chapter of the order within Arnia before returning to the headquarters, to eventually become the Iron Covenant's first Vicar General, coming to define the title as one demanding great cunning, valor, and even greater discretion in its solemn responsibilities. With this shift in focus, his abilities in combat would begin to wane with time, though his wit never would. His affinity for spellcraft would continue to grow as he would come to be one of the most stalwart allies at each and every member of Exilia Regalia's disposal. Thankfully, for his own sanity and those who knew him, not all of Amos's years ahead would be filled with grim duty. Nearly a year after laying siege to Paradigm and later the Godworm Conclave, Amos would invite his friends to return to Arnia for a time as guests. The one grand favor that the Eagle Kenku would ask of Lord Fallweather in all his years of service. The reason for the extended sojourn for the once adventurers remained a closely guarded secret, even to those guests initially. He would have innumerable conversations with the briefly reunited members of Exilia Regalia and the former leadership of the Iron Dominion, including Cedric and Diana, with, for some reason, in the invitation. In confidence amongst the group, he would jest that his frequent conversations with the Water Ganassi, who had come to be the favorite of his old hunting hawk Trevelyan, was to make up for an unforgivable betrayal. But he was truly glad that the bird had found a new home without him. If you were to ask, it was proof that the world could move on, or some other sentimental drivel. It wasn't until the twilight days of their stay that the reason for their invitation would become apparent, as he would introduce these friends, first to his wife, Octavia, a Seagull Kenku, and secondly, his and Octavia's yearling son, an Equiline Kenku that would, in time, come to look much like his father. Cedric Dion Rewavagos Mudwing. He would tell the three namesakes for his boy that the alternative his wife had for Vargos, as the boy would come to be nicknamed, referred to something about great might, and Amos would often bemoan that the name itself was terrible. All of this was proof beyond measure that Amos was hardly immune to the changes wrought throughout both the world and within himself. He had been many things in the years prior, both to his meeting Exilia Regalia and throwing his lot in with them in their final gambit against the Hellfire Assembly and Normandia. He had been mistrusting, paranoid, secretive, and chronically self-reliant to a fault. And he would have to try to shake those demons of his going forward. Now, though, at the very least, he was more of a believer. He saw more strengths than just raw might and cunning. He saw a new strength amidst the kindness of strangers. And those around him knew he would fight for it and carry it onward himself for the rest of his days. For his family, for his friends, and for a world that needed such strength to change for the better.
Cedric Dion Rehua Vagos Mudwing. Just to reiterate it one last time. Smile. Your friend Jake, thank you for this. Thank you for being a part of this campaign thus far.
I believe that bird got some. Good job.
No longer a virgin!
There's
He had
proof,
been married the whole time you knew him.
but now there's proof.
Skipper!
We
virgin.
have the eggs.
What do you mean I have a wife? I don't see no kids!
It is believed that during this meeting, Corey turned into an earthworm out of embarrassment.
Probably.
Thank you again, Jake. Continuing on. Theon Dragonhawk would be one of the first to take a seat within the new Democratic Republic of Dragon's Reach. He is their greatest voice, and his service will be remembered far beyond the extent of his career and passing. He even helped Corey go as far as to build another iteration of Havana Hall within the city of Haven. He even worked with Adam Acosta to create a miniature Enigma gate to transfer patrons between locations. Him and Cedric remain dearest friends. As for me, my name is Diana LeBlanc, though some of you may have put that together already. Following the events of the Godworm Conclave, Cedric, Nexus, Corey, and myself took to the road. The nature of my reincarnation was still a mystery to me. I wanted to learn more about myself. I wanted to learn more about Azora Dorn. With the occasional help from the other members of Exilia Regalia, we sought out the remaining divine temples that Bastion had highlighted for us. With each temple, we learned more about the world's history. For the next year, we learned more about Azura Dorn and the Illidians' war with the Orient. And, most importantly, with the Codex, we were able to map out a picture of the true pantheon of Vanahir. A truth that I transcribed and published. The Vanahir Pantheon rests as a series of 3 sets of 12. These series are defined as layers of the divine to a degree. The first layer is the 12 primes, as well as their vestiges. The first circle, 12 primary deities and their adjacent vestiges in the Karush Daraki. These gods have direct relationships with their vestiges and see their vestiges as extensions of their own will. There's Calypso, goddess of magic, Khazar, the Fangbearer, god of beasts and the hunt, Dormiria, the mother, goddess of the moons and dreams, Eanna, goddess of the earth, Ilvator, goddess of knowledge, Irithil, goddess of death and darkness, Krom to Thorm, or the Storm Lord, god of storms and sky, Moana, goddess of the ocean, Oskandur, the Dawn Lord, god of sun and light, Ragnos, god of war and order, Tyrannos, god of dragons, and Eurazio, god of life and renewal. With that, there were also the 9 godworms, which my friends and I discovered in our adventure. Pyrun, Marduk, Rakdos, Mintheros, Eurydisax, Servanos, Lyrasax, Rathmir, and lastly, Normandia. The second circle of deities, also known as the High Echelons, are deities with vestiges, or deities with vestiges, without vestiges, or deities with vestiges that do not share a direct connection to the gods they represent, having oftentimes been crafted from some other aspect of the realm rather than the deity. There's Erwin, goddess of the forge and creation, Coridonine, goddess of joy, Freda, goddess of love and fertility, Halifax, god of protection, Imidir, god of hope and strength, Calisax, god of thieves and lies, Livana, goddess of fortune and trickery, Onir, god of law and justice, Quevos, god of hate and wrath, Rentis, god of murder, Thoradne, god of seasons and the harvest, and Inera, goddess of music. Then, lastly, the third circle of deities, the tyrant gods. This lair is composed of deities that either destroyed their vestiges or absorbed them to enhance their own power. As far as current records show, these deities are all inherently evil. There's the deity, the shattered god known as Decimation, whose true name will remain hidden due to the sheer influence it has. There is Alturel, the plague bearer, Kiton, the bringer of madness, Debura, queen of scales, Idros, the first inferno, Igroth and Ozun, the twin serpents, Kutal Khan, god of blood in orcs, this name we heard several times from Skal during our journey, Mortegra, goddess of pain and murder, Ramos, lord of the nine, Tithia, queen of widows, Utorath, the chained one, and the Hollow King, or the undying sovereign. Everything outside of these three layers fits into standard categorization. Angels, lesser gods, devils, patron gods, demon lords, etc. The Silver Stones, as descendants of the gods, could fit into this family. Lunas and Cardera, Atlas, the World Bearer. The list goes on. The reveal of the true nature of the Pantheon, was certainly taken with a bitter shock. Many called me a prophet and a herald. Many called me a heretic and a blasphemer. Much of Anahir had a crisis of faith, but I felt that the realm deserved the truth on the matter. The first few months were rough, with several attempts made on my life and Cedric's life from private parties. But as time has gone on and word on the truth of the Pantheon has become widely accepted, we have continued onward. Esmeralda Silverstone and Balin Fallweather reached out to me shortly following this earth-shaking reveal. With the threat of the Orions still prevalent, they quickly began work turning the Iron Covenant into a much larger organization. They proposed to me the realm's first standing Inquisition, a divine organization ready to defend should the need arise, sprouted from the groundwork they had already laid with the Iron Covenant. I was pronounced pontiff, reluctantly. By my own reluctance, I accepted. Esmeralda, just below me in the role of Cardinal, Balin, Amos, Rovan, and several others would hold the title of Bishop, Vicar General, etc. Together, we have formed a closely knitted group to run an organization unlike any the realm had ever seen. One, to promote the good the realm holds and to protect against those that would threaten it. We are now primarily stationed in Agranosh, considering that Agranosh was the first of the divine temples raised by Exilia Regalia, but the Covenant's influence and agents have quickly begun to spread to much of the world. Larger governments are watching us with a cautious eye, considering our obscenely quick expansion and growth. Understandable, considering that we serve under no banner other than our own. We have also provided what support we can for the reconstruction of Paradigm. There is a long road ahead for all of us. As for our heroes, Exilia Regalia. Let me roll a die. I dropped it. Hold on. One last final drop before the end of this game. Rovan, why don't you start?
Alright, give me a sec.
Take your time, buddy.
Rovan Sionis, following the fall of the Hellfire Assembly, would continue a life of service and toil. Rovan would eventually come to marry Kieran Carlyle, after Rovan had finally put together Kieran's many soft clues of wanting a proposal. He figured it out at last. Together, Rovan and Kieran would build a small family farm and winery. A place of peace to get away from their busy lifestyles. It is in this place that Rovan and Kieran would have the first of 10 children. Twins that they would name Alex and Thalia. I guess we know which half of Kieran is the Haddington half. Rovan would also be a critical member of the Iron Covenant as a whole. He would take the responsibility upon himself to train, arm, and prepare new recruits. His experience and close connection with other leaders of the Covenant would become instrumental in the Covenant's greater conception and formation. Rovan would also, once a year, on the day he received the sword Raigiri, return to Hoshi Lighthouse to pay tribute to Akira Tetsuhiko, who trusted his sword and storm spirit companion to Rovan back during the months of the Hellfire Assembly, as well as make frequent trips to Mount Doomhorn to give tribute to the two gods that he devoted himself to. The twins like to argue over who will get Raikiri once Rovan retires. He keeps assuring them that they will both get Raikiri. Not sure how that will work exactly, but more power to him, I suppose. Finally, in the latter years of his life, Rovan would write his tales of adventure and legacy within the Sionis family journal, entrusting the Sionis legacy to the next generation.
Thank you, Rovan. Flit, why don't you go next?
Flit would feel a strong connection to each of the pillars of life she came into after coming to the material. Toshi, Reno, her friends, and even her circle, which she had discovered in her journeys. She would return to the Daughters of Cardera and seek an honorary membership into the circle, while feeling welcome with them and they in turn. She felt that being fully committed to the organization might be disingenuous of their ways given their isolationism and way of life. Specifically, that she thinks she could do good for them elsewhere as an agent in the world. She would finally settle down in her old tribe's home, or rather nearby it. She would keep an eye on the village while nurturing its reinvention after Toshi's diffusion. In the nearby forest surrounding the village, but not far away enough to be isolated from it, atop the hill where she would once have a picnic long ago and come to an important decision, she would begin to establish her own little druid grove to serve as her permanent home. Members of the Flatara tribe would know that they approached and were welcome into this druid home by a very specific tree, flanked by another. The first providing amber in a similar vein of her old, boyfriend, Reno, and the other manifestation of her Staff of the Woodlands, faithful agent as it guided her through the world. As the years would go by, her relationship with Reno would cool, but not diminish. Because of his nature and her now slowed aging, the two of them agreed to keep their relationship loose and distant, but still caring, if that makes sense. He was a compromise, meant to help preserve their feelings for one another as the years roll on longer and longer. After all, till death do us part is a bit sour in the when one of the party can't exactly fulfill that easily. Though they were often at arm's length, they were never separate from one another. And once a month, the two of them would go on a date somewhere in the universe. And each one they would remind each other that their love would continue to weather the sands of time. While in her grove, Flit would find herself regularly very busy, her travels having taken her to many places and helping many people, and she wished to continue that. Seeing that she protect the world her future self died trying to reclaim, and that her friends fought so hard for. She would divvy up her time, lending aid to Loba, Reno, Dragon's Reach, as well as the Vanahir Guard and her village, as well as her goblin friends who came to her for help. She would keep acting as a force for change and a defender of the realm the rest of her days.
Thank you, Flit. Let's pass it on from druid to druid. Corey.
Oh, shit. Wait a second, I'll pull it up. Cora would, after the Hellfire Assembly fell, she would start probably with a massive celebration paired with procession and ceremony for everyone that we lost, everyone we couldn't save, everyone that got torn apart, their families moved, upended, those that will never know what happened to their loved ones. Just to remember them and pray for them. While she hasn't been particular to a specific religion, Rero Core will never forget how each calamity and battle pulled in innocent after innocent. Her adventures only cement her indecision over praying to gods, rather praying to forces and for values that she hopes to see more of in the world. And while she will spend her days traveling and solving problems, translating and just loving on just the spread of knowledge wherever she goes, being a loving mentor and stepmom to Nexus, and then just loving on her brother Maui would be her primary focus when she's not being a partner and eventual wife to Diana and Cedric. She'll pay particular attention to orphanages, supporting and building them wherever they're needed. Havana Hall may shift in priorities of being a bar, but will be her base. And picking on Theon and asking very nicely. We'll try our best to get another location in Dry Hollow so you can see Cassie Samaritan.
Ooh, I love it.
And just
Excellent.
keeping those locations connected in times of fun and peace, but also for times of emergency. She'll make sure to spend lots of time in Haven with her family in the Anima Sanctum. And just helping wherever she can.
Thank you, Rehua Corey. Lily. Why don't we hand it to you?
Captain Lily Timbers would be knighted under the Democratic Republic of Dragon's Reach for her service and contribution to the War of the Shattered Sun. Lily would primarily stay within Dragon's Reach to perform a short stint of service with the Council before retiring from her years of service. After her retirement, a wedding ceremony was held to marry her and Genia Katake. Genia handled most of the decorations, and the guest list, and the venue, and the catering, just about everything else, stating that Lily's service was to the realm and Genia's service was to their marriage, a prospect that Lily didn't dare argue with for her own safety. Genia even commissioned Frostbite to act as a ring bearer, wore a little suit and everything. Following her retirement and the wedding ceremony, Lily took some time to herself in their new marriage.
Her and Genia fixed up Lily's childhood home within the evergreen forest, even going as far as adding on to it. Lily also took this opportunity to reconnect and harbor her relationship with her mother, now that the two of them did not have to live in fear of being hunted by Oz. Even going as far as to building a small memorial for Argona and Oz. While Lily would officially retire from her years of service, her skills would remain sharp as she would take up a new job, serving as Nexus's personal bodyguard and mentor, sculpting the promising lad into a masterful swordsman. Finally, Lily had achieved the quiet and peaceful life she had strived for.
I didn't write that last part about the Timerids, man. Come on.
Got you back, bitch.
Thank you, Captain. Oh, Captain, my Captain. That leaves our last party member, Corvin Alakir.
An excerpt from Bard of the Wild, the memoir and musings of Corvin Alakir. One last beat. Congratulations! You followed these thoughts and experiences until the very end. My life and soul laid completely naked and bare, open to all. But the thing about stories, my friends, is that they need to end in some way, shape, or form. But as I sit here and muse on that, my son Kumaro laying on my bare chest, sleeping soundly, hearing me hum a song to ease his little heart. I wonder what he dreams of. He's just so chubby, it's adorable. I know he'll grow into a fine, strong, and caring man. Let's hope he doesn't have my eccentricities. My loving wife Ara was very worried about what motherhood would bring. Though from the moment she laid eyes on our son, those mama bear-like instincts kicked right in. She almost had a fistfight with Rovan and Kore when the gang came to visit. Though, to be fair to Aura, they didn't bother washing their hands before asking to hold the poor cub. The heroes of the Primaterial. Getting an absolute thrashing from a bedridden ship captain is a very funny sight. I absolutely love this family that we have created. It's something Aura has been needing her entire life, though she'll never admit that. Once reading this, she'll for sure give me the worst stare I've ever seen, and that's me getting off easy. Spousal privilege does exist, do not let them tell you otherwise. One last musing. I always thought I'd be a girl dad. Having a son and trying to teach him how to properly handle his emotions, that is going to be a challenge. Especially if he inherits some of the Thorn family's more primal genetics. I should probably finish this page. A messenger from Drubilla just came by for me. Apparently the ambassador to the plains is needed at her palace. That had to be about the 5th one in the last couple of hours. You know it had to be serious. I just had to accept that title for Novellis' noble, haven't I? Oh, should probably leave you all with something, shouldn't I? A message to inspire the masses, showing them what life can bring. But what various world tours, relationship seminars, and, saving the entirety of existence have taught me, some things are better left unsaid. Because this isn't the end of our story. Is it, Exalia Regalia?
No, the hell it ain't. It sure is not. Thank you, Corbin. Thank you. All of you. My friends. As this last chapter closes, we have to completion the story of Exilia Regalia.
Whoa!
My friends,
I'd be louder when people are sleeping.
my friends, thank you all. Each and every one of you. I talked about it last time. This game has been on for 5 years. And I've seen you grow, not just as players, not just as characters, but as people and friends and individuals that I love and respect. And I just want to say thank you guys, and that I love you guys so much.
I love you too, dude. I love everything that you've done for us.
It's been an amazing, amazing time.
I'm really happy you got to go through your campaign that we didn't get to before and that we love it as much as we do.
Thank you. But, as one Thalie Bard said, this is not the end of Exilia Regalia's journey. No. Perhaps we will see them again in the future for excerpts of their expeditions following the events of the War of the Shattered Sun. But for now, we must bid them adieu. Thank you all so much, so much for being here. We are, as far as this table goes, as far as the Sunday game goes, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break. Throughout the course of the coming months, throughout the course of the summer, we may have some odd one-shots, some small adventures here on this channel on the odd Sunday. But, my friends, keep an eye open, because near the end of the summer season, somewhere within possibly the end of August, maybe beginning of September, maybe even a bit further, depending on how things kind of lay out, we will see this group formed together under a new banner, under a new table, and under a new campaign. Because, my friends, later this year, we will be beginning Campaign 2 of Dummies and Disasters, Sins of the Blood.
Ooh, what a
Whoa.
title.
Damn.
For now, though, my friends, we wish you all farewell. Let's, for one last time, send it around the table.
Tart,
Mm-hmm.
how about we don't? Would you mind bringing us back to the main screen out of the stream is ending, please?
Sure! Like the game screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you're probably going to want to.
Am I being mugged?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Stick 'em up.
Uh-oh.
Tart, you're the
Give me
DM.
your-
Ow.
You should
fuck.
know that you're never
Ow.
fully in control.
No, chat. No, they didn't do it. No. Wait.
Tart,
Uh-huh.
taking us through this whole game, I want to present you with this as one last send-off, a gift from all of us to you.
I'm gonna cry.
And to cry.
No.
Oh, no, I cried.
No.
Shout out to my amazing partner, Farron, who has worked really hard on getting this done for us.
Shout out the
Aaron
frog.
was a wonder for doing this for us.
Let's little flap.
Fuck, man.
We love you so much.
Fuck. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. This was incredibly kind. Farron, thank you for doing this. My friends, Exilia Regalia, breakers of the fallen godworm. Well, with that, I guess we gotta get out of here, huh? Please
Guess we
go
do.
follow my amazing, amazing, amazing friends. They all deserve it. They're all wonderful. We are going to depart for tonight. For once, we will not be raiding out, and we will, for a little bit of time. A little bit of time, we will be departing from this table, but fear not, we shall reconvene after some time. But thank you all, truly. It's been an incredible 5 years. I've grown as a person. I've seen my friends grow as people. And fuck, I would not be the person I am today if not for this group and this table and this game. I cannot thank y'all enough. And thank you to you, the viewers who have watched for the last 5 years. And maybe with a little love and a little coercion, maybe a bit of mugging, we'll see y'all later in the year for the commencement of campaign 2. But for now, thank you all, and have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Night.
No.
Cowboys.